Yeah, I'm live on TT and I'm going to YouTube now, Final. I'm trying to set it up on, you know my YouTube channel, right? The Lotus and the Light? Okay. There we go. All right. I'm going to ask you guys, I'm going to share this link. And if you guys could run over to YouTube and like it, I appreciate. I appreciate. There you go.
Also in the chat, we have Marcy. Thank you, Marcy. We have, what did you said to learn how to approach this next year in life with intention and follow through. Yes. Thank you so much, Marcy. Absolutely. Shree. Thank you so much, Shree.
Final.
To reset and prepare.
Oh, exciting. I'm seeing you on YouTube and TikTok.
Listen, guys, my friends are freaking out. Like, I'll be everywhere. I'm on TikTok. I'm on Meet Me. I'm on YouTube. It's probably on Facebook too, through the YouTube. I don't know.
I love it.
Thank you, Final, for reposting. Yes, to everybody on TikTok, please repost. This is a free summit, guys. This is a gift to you guys from me and these fellow speakers. We just want to brighten your day. We want to, give you something to move into 2026 with. We're going to be starting soon. We're just giving it enough time for people to come in. We have over 70 attendees.
Oh, wow.
That are coming in. And we have, we're probably over 100 now between Meet Me, TikTok, YT. All right. Let's clap it up for Greta, everyone. Greta, thank you so much for opening for us.
Yay!
Here we are. Hi, guys. Hi, everyone. I can see you all now. Well, some of you have your screens on. All right. So we're officially starting in about 16 minutes. So if you need to use the restroom, this is what you want to have. You want to have a journal with you, a pen, right? You want to be wearing comfortable clothes, that's for sure. We're going all day today. You want to get your coffee, you want to get your tea, or if you need a stronger beverage, no judgments here. Been a hard 2025. Why Monica clapped at that? Like,
That's funny.
She's like, you know what I got going on, Uma. So I'm actually gonna go light my incense because I feel like, do you guys have incense and sage? I'm gonna sage you guys. I'm gonna light my incense.
Ooh, I'm gonna light my oils.
Yeah. You wanna set the tone. Today's gonna be a powerful day. Do you guys know why today's a powerful day? Drop it in the comments. Unmute if you want to say why.
Winter solstice, right?
Yeah, winter solstice.
So I said it wrong.
And what is winter solstice for?
Longer days.
Right. What's the spiritual significance? Danae, any minute you want to jump in. She's our healer. You got Sarah struggling.
I am.
Are we gonna learn?
This is like the time of the hermit. So out with the old, in with the new. We are releasing all not serving our highest good, and we are stepping into our personal power by protecting our power. It's really about letting go and letting God, essentially.
How amazing is that?
Okay.
All right. I'm going to, while we're waiting to get everybody in here,
All right,
I want to give you guys a little something. So if you raise your hand, by your name, I'm going to give you an affirmation. An affirmation to start this day. Wait, I can't see it if I do it that way. Show grid view, so I have to remove pin. All right, Coletta. Thank you, Coletta. Your affirmation today is you are motivated. You trust that you know what is best for you. Jennifer Wright. You are resilient. Failures do not define you. They fuel your growth. Shri Updike. You are thriving. Your life is abundant. Anyone else? You're welcome. And if one of my beautiful co-hosts, because I can't be everywhere, I'm on TikTok, I'm on MM. If someone is watching my YT, could y'all let me know if anybody's commenting there? Love you guys, YT. Love you guys. I try not to say other names of other platforms while I'm on TikTok because, you know, that could be a situation. Marcy, you are courageous.
Oh,
You have the power to create anything you desire in your life.
wow.
Yeah,
That's a big deal.
that is a big deal. Fantasia, you are proud. You deeply love and accept yourself. Trust that the universe has beautiful plans for you. All right. Those of you that raised your hands, you can lower them if you want to. I'm also going to pull one for each of the speakers, right? I think the speakers should get a little card.
Absolutely.
Let's go to Danae. Danae, you are aligned. Today, choose to release all beliefs, peoples, and energies that don't serve your highest and greatest good. Okay, Greta, you are mindful. As you move through your day, your body, mind, and soul are aligned with higher self. Laurie, you are open. Your higher guidance communicates with you through ideas. Stay open to receiving messages everywhere. Jenny, you are powerful.
Yeah.
You're becoming more understanding, conscious, and self-aware each day. Thank you to whoever's letting people in. Appreciate it. And Sarah, you are intentional. You are consciously creating a life you love.
Great.
Monica, you are ready, Monica. Your intuition is always guiding you. Trust your decisions. I want one. I am inspired. My voice, words, and ideas matter. The world needs the magic that's inside of me. Oh, how sweet. You're welcome, Marcy. Yeah, we have so many gifts for you guys today because each of the speakers has 30 minutes, right? And we have breaks in between the 30 minutes because, you know, you guys got to use the restroom. You got to go order your food. You got to lay down for a second. And we have activities for each of the 15-minute breaks. So you might be having, let me see, a book discussion. That's with Sarah. Jenny has hot seat coaching. Myself and Danae are going to share. We have a 30-minute break for lunch. And myself and Danae are going to share that break where I'm going to be giving each of you that is interested a 2026 message from your spirit guides. Just one card, just a message. And Danae is going to be doing a little sound bowl meditation to kind of align you through sound frequencies. And then we have journaling with Greta on her break, Lori's mastermind on her break. And at the end, if you guys are still here, not tired and worn out, hi Sally, happy solstice. If you guys are not tired, you're not worn out, we have a panel discussion where we're going to have all of the speakers available for your questions. So because we only have like 30 minutes each speaker, we ask that you guys save your questions and please save them because we would hate to get to the panel discussion and not have anybody have any questions. And there's no stupid questions, right, guys? It's all good. You can ask all of the panel members. You can ask, like, you can say, hey, Danae, what's your take on this? Laurie, what are your ideas about this? You know, we're here to help you. And I know some of you have heard my origin story about the Shape Her Summit, but I'm going to run it over quickly because we're about to start in 8 minutes. Ladies, whoever's walked away, we're about to start in 8 minutes. So I met, Danae and I worked together at the Lotus and the Light Metaphysical Center. And she's one of the healers there that work there, and the massage therapist and the psychic medium. And I own Lotus. And we do events all the time, but mostly in-person events, like at the center, retreats, goddess retreats, things like that. I met Laurie, Greta, Sarah, Jenny. Did I get everybody? Yes. I met them in September. We did the Fearless Women's Summit. So we're all speakers and we're all CEOs of our own companies. And the day had a lot more speakers, and all the speakers were great, but these particular 4 women just really stood out to me. One, I can't wait for you to hear their speeches. It's dynamic. I was moved. I was taking like a lot of notes. That's why I say have your journals. And I invited them. And I said, hey, would you guys like to do a summit in December on winter solstice? Because like Danae said, this is like the day we're letting go of the old, we're bringing in the new. And I wanted to do this for you guys because December is such a hard month, right? Like we have to buy gifts and we have bills to pay and all that stuff. And I just wanted to give you guys something free that would inspire you, would uplift you, would make you not go crazy. Are y'all hearing this lawnmower guy like outside? Y'all can hear him, right? No? Is it just me? Lori can hear him. I'm like, God handle that. God. No, I don't want to say that before like a lightning comes out and strikes him down. Like that would be terrible, right? Like, no, don't do that. Just let him wrap it up. But I wanted to do this today because 2026, I'm a numerologist and I study numbers. And 2026 is not just the start of a new year, it's the start of a new cycle. So I wanted to give you guys a start on this new cycle. You're meeting some powerful women. They're all coaches, life coaches, and I'm a soul alignment coach, spiritual coaches, relationship coaches. And you may find somebody here that you say, you know what, I'm going through this particular problem and I would really like to work one-on-one with this person, right? So it's easy because there's so many coaches out there in the world and you don't know what people are about, but you might really identify with Sarah and say, you know, I just want to follow up with her. So we're going to be giving our talks about what our specialties are in. And then you can, do you guys know how to private message on here? You can private message each of us individually and be like, hey, what's up? What's going on? Can we have a chat? You know? But aside from that, it's really just to give you stuff to start your new year. And speaking of which, I am ready to begin. So is everybody ready? Let's get some emojis in the comments. Are we ready? Oh, Leonta, thank you. Yes, she signed back in so her name would show. Got it. Yes, we are ready. Okay, let me switch up my music. I had some like little bit of reggae going. Anybody from the Caribbean? You know, I always got to bring my Caribbean heritage into things. And if I can have one of my co-host friends too, let me know what's going on in the comments. I appreciate. So somebody on YouTube, somebody for the comments, somebody for letting people in.
People are ready.
They are ready.
On fire.
Awesome. All right, so let me remove my pen and let me get my slides up to start
Marcy,
with.
looks like you have a question.
I do. Beepat, do you mind telling us a little bit about your background, like where you're from and how you became who you are today?
Sure. I could totally do that. You want me to talk about me? Hold my coffee, okay? Um, I am what they call a natural sensitive. A natural sensitive is somebody who's born with their abilities. So I've known since I was a child about the other side of things because I've been communicating with spirit ever since I was a child. My earliest memory was when my great grandmother passed and she had a cane with her, and half my family's Hindu and half my family's Muslim. And
That's
when
difficult.
right, and when Hindus pass, they do a burn burial, right? And they were getting ready to put her on the pyre to burn her. But she appeared to me and said, I need my walking stick to walk in heaven. And nobody taught to bury her with her walking stick. So we were at the burial ground, and I told them, I said, and my mom just looked at me because she understood because the gift runs in her family. So she held up the funeral. We held up the funeral so somebody could run back home and get her stick.
How old were you?
I can't remember, like 6.
Gosh.
Yeah. And it's just things like that. I would tell my mom things. I would tell my dad things. I would tell people things because I have clear cognizance, the gift of knowing. I just know things, right?
Yeah.
And I'm a clairvoyant. I can see things, and I'm clairsentient. I can feel things. So when people for those of you that follow me on TikTok, you see when people book me for readings on there, I ask a lot of questions, and people are like, why are you asking so many questions? Because if you're a psychic, you should know. Well, here's the thing. That's true, but I'm a clear cognizant. So when you tell me about your situation, I have the ability to live through your situation as if you're living it. And that's how I connect for readings, because now I can see what you see, and now I can feel what you feel. So I can do that for you, and I can do that for the other person as well that you're inquiring about.
Mhm.
And that's why I have so much accuracy. So I just went about life, being a normal Sag rising Gemini moon, crazy, partying it up. I'm an ultimate party girl. What? Listen, if I ever become famous, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, and people send you pictures of me dancing on bars, I own it. I will own it. I had the time of my life. A time was had in my younger years, okay? And then when I turned 30, Spirit contacted me, and they said the time for playing is over. It's time to work. And that's what started everything. And I went into development. I went to England. I trained at the Arthur Findlay College of Spiritualist Sciences for 4 years.
Oh,
I worked with mentors. I worked with a lot of the famous mentors here in our area. The late Janet Nohavik, the late Mavis Patilla. I worked at the Raisa Healing Church in Virginia. I worked with Wanda Laster Lundy from Virginia, right? And they trained me. And I was content, honestly, guys, to just stay in training because I love classes. That's the satirizing in me. So, but my mentors pushed me out and said, one, you need to start doing this for payment. And then two, you need to start charging more because you were charging ridiculously low. Every time you guys see me raise my prices, it's because of my mentors, because they're like, why are you still at this level? So I do struggle with a sense of self-worth. I do struggle with imposter syndrome. So for those of you that struggle with that, I completely understand that. I have 16 years in the game. I have worked with over 16,000 clients. I'm an Amazon best-selling author. I host the podcast, The Lotus Lounge, right? I have 6 viable incomes, and I still feel like I'm fake on a daily basis. So I understand the pressure to be a woman. I understand the pressure to be a businesswoman. And I understand the pressure for us to take ourselves seriously when the world doesn't really take us seriously. Because the world still, on some level, on an unconscious level, still feel we belong in the kitchen. And
unconscious.
we're baby machines, right?
Yes.
Hi, Beth. Good morning.
The Handmaid's Tale.
The Handmaid's Tale. So with that being said, I'm going to give it over to Danae to introduce me in my talk today while I go look for my slides. They're somewhere. I gotta go find the slides now.
Thank you, Uma.
You're welcome.
And Uma, where did you send the intro?
It's in the chat to you. It's a private message to you.
Okay, perfect. All right, everybody, hello and welcome in. Welcome to the Shape Her Summit 2025. I'm so excited to be a part of this with you all, and I'm excited to learn as well as share with you some of the amazing things we have going on. So, I will be introducing Uma. Uma is my mentor and my dear friend. I love her to heaven and back again. Today, Uma's talk title is Merry Mornings, MERRY, a spiritual framework for aligned living. Uma introduces the Merry Morning Method, a daily practice for spiritual alignment and emotional balance. Learn how to create mornings filled with mindfulness, movement, and magic to raise your vibration and shape your best self every day. Uma is the CEO and founder of the Lotus and the Light Metaphysical Center in Manassas, Virginia. She is a soul alignment coach, spiritual teacher, author, and metaphysical mentor devoted to helping others awaken their conscious and live with spiritual purpose. Over the past 16 years, Uma has personally worked with more than 16,000 people through her healing practice, classes, and online communities. She is also the Amazon bestseller author of The Chronicles of a Spirit Walker and The Awakened Life, and the host of the Lotus Lounge podcast on Spotify, iHeartRadio, and Apple Podcasts. I am so honored today to introduce our beautiful Uma, and I hope you guys learned so much and are excited for this great information. Uma, you are amazing, and welcome, welcome.
Thank you, love. All right. Hi, guys. Welcome in. I'm going to share my screen, and I have to tell you, I can't find my notes now. This is lovely. This is so lovely. Present full screen. All right. We're going to wing it. You know, it's one of the good things about being a speaker is that you can kind of just wing things along. And I wanted to choose this topic for the Shape Her Summit because remember, the idea about the Shape Her Summit is to get you guys ready for 2026. And show of hands, I'm going to need a co-host to tell me how many hands are shown. How many of you actually have a daily spiritual practice? There must be a lot of hands going up. Because I can't see. I can only see my slides.
Looks like 4.
Oh, wow. Okay. How many people are in here?
16 total.
16 total.
16 total. Okay. Oh, you know what? We haven't even recorded this stuff. You see? You guys are like, we're all over the place with this. All right, this is the Shape Her Summit, and I am the first speaker, Uma, talking about Merry Mornings. Well, here's the thing. There's a scientific, there's a metaphysical, and there's a spiritual reason why you need to start your day with spiritual practice. And it's a thing now because back in the day, we didn't have this problem. When people used to wake up in the mornings, they would immediately go to their spiritual practice. You guys know that, right? Like, do you have recollections of your grandparents or your great grandparents? They're getting up and picking up the Bible, reading the Bible. Maybe you come from a Muslim background, so they put the prayer mat down, right? Maybe you come from a Hindu background and they go to the altar, right? So being on the spiritual path, that was always a thing. But what happened? Well, we got busy, right? And we started adding more things on to our schedules. And we started believing that these things on our schedules were more important than actually starting our day with spirituality. Okay? So we're going to dive into how I start my mornings, because you guys know I'm a social media personality, I'm a content creator, I'm a CEO, I'm a mom, I'm a girlfriend. I got like a lot of things going on. And how do I stay on top of it and still have a good time and be relaxed? You know, one of the best words one of my clients over the years described me as, she said, Uma, you're so effortless. And I like that. Do you guys want to be effortless? I'm going to teach you how to be effortless in life, that no matter what is going on, you're going to get through it. So, why the daily spiritual practice? It aligns your energy before the world pulls at you. Most people don't start their day consciously, right? They start it reactively. They wake up, they see something on their phone, maybe their spouse is nitpicking at them, maybe the kids are running wild. So immediately from the minute you wake up, you're getting pulled in different directions. You haven't had time to even set your energy, right? So that is going to create chaos for the rest of your life, for the rest of your day. It's really the phone thing too. And that's big coming from me because I'm a social media content creator. So I'm on my phone 24/7. But you have to have a limit with your phone. Like for instance, do you guys know I actually don't have my ringer on? I can't remember the last time I've had my phone sounds on. My phone stays on Do Not Disturb. Isn't that wild? Someone who lives on social media and create content every day and live streams right now on social media. Yeah. It also strengthens your intuition and emotional regulation. A daily spiritual practice isn't about being more spiritual. It's about alignment. And that word alignment is a big thing for me when I work with my clients, for myself. If you're not living in alignment, your life is chaotic. And I'm pretty sure a lot of you can identify with that, right? There's so many things you want to do. You want to have a hobby. Some of you want to start reading books again. Remember that beautiful hobby, reading books? Some of you just want to have more time for your friends or even for yourself. Maybe you have a great hobby. You like to go walking in the woods, but you haven't had time to do it. So when you start a daily spiritual practice, to me, it creates like a buffer between me and the world. When I come out of my meditation practice, or my merry mornings as I call them, I can have 4 or 5 things dinging, binging, blinging, and I'm just calm because it's almost like there's space between me and those things. When you align your energy before the world pulls at you, your whole day shifts. Your reactions soften. You hear only your intuition. And how many of you struggle with that, right? Like actually tuning into your intuition. And you learn to respond to life instead of reacting to it. Now, people, when I tell them, oh, you got to start with meditation in the morning, that's one of the practices in my 6-step merry mornings. But you don't have to be in meditation for 30 minutes, 2 hours, even 5 minutes will do, right? In fact, Deepak Chopra did a study on it, and I wish I had it to reference, but he did a study and he found even 5 minutes of meditation every day can change your trajectory. So my merry mornings, right? MERRY is called that because these are the 5 practices I do every morning before I come and hang out with you guys for the day. So we're going to get into it. M is clearly for meditation. And I have to tell you this, a lot of you struggle, right? Hands up. Let me see if I can look at the chat. All right, I see Jennifer, Leonta, Greta. Okay, cool. I can see the chat now. So how many of you struggle with, like, even if I tell you meditation, you're just like, I'm over it, Uma, I can't do it. It's too much. There's a lot going on, right? Meditation is often misunderstood because it is not about stopping your thoughts or doing it perfectly. And I have to tell you guys that if you are a medium like myself, or if you are a channeler like myself, or if you are a psychic like myself, it is going to be very hard for you to meditate and just have complete silence. You will always be having thoughts come in. So it's not about silencing the thoughts. However, meditation is about witnessing the thoughts. Does that make sense? And you guys can comment in the chat because I can see the chat now. Meditation is about creating space. When you meditate first thing in the morning, you're telling your nervous system, I am safe. I am present. I am listening. That space is where intuition lives. That space is where clarity comes from. And the truth about learning to meditate is it's less about the length of time and it's more about consistency. So if you guys, you ladies, you goddesses, beautiful goddesses, can make a commitment to yourself starting now, don't wait till 2026. Don't wait till January 1st. If you can say, starting now, I'm going to commit to showing up at the same time every day in the same place for a 5-minute meditation, it is going to start to change your life. Belinda says, meditation scares me sometimes. I can be really calm and all of a sudden fear comes up. Yeah, because meditation, when you're in that spot, you're in the observer. And when you're observing what scares you. Bet says, it's hard for me to relax enough to meditate. Don't resist it, right? When you're not able to relax during meditation, that's because you're participating in meditation. You're feeling, I have to look a certain way. I have to feel a certain way. But even if you just observe that thought, wow, I just had the thought, it's hard to relax. What's hard to relax about? I'm just sitting here, right? Consistency and commitment is very difficult. Yeah. And I'll tell you something, Marcy. Consistency is the key point for success. And I say that to you as a CEO and as the creator of 6 viable income streams. You have to be consistent in life. If anybody wants to get anywhere, if you want to do anything in life, you have to be consistent, right? 5 minutes of presence can be more powerful than an hour of force. So can I get some show of hands, whether you're watching on YouTube or or TikTok or wherever, or in this summit, can I get a show of hands? How many of you don't have to promise me, Uma, I'm going to start meditating tomorrow, but can you at least say, you know what, Uma, I'm going to try. I'm going to give it my best shot to do 5 minutes of meditation a day. Thank you, Greta. I see you, Marcy. Good. Bet said she promises. Good. It's a start. So M in Mary is for meditation. E is for exercise. Our bodies hold energy and emotion. When energy doesn't move, it stagnates. And stagnant energy often shows up as anxiety, fatigue, or heaviness. Now, when I say exercise, I'm not saying you have to be running a marathon or you got to be working out for an hour. And a lot of people actually work out for losing weight, right? And things like that. And I do, of course, I'm getting older. I have some of the pounds on. I'd like to lose the weight. But do you know my main reason for exercise? It is to move energy. That's it. If I can get 15 to 20 minutes in of just walking or going up and down the stairs, because sometimes I can't make it to the gym, right? We've had those days. I have stairs. I just go up and down the stairs 10 times. And I say to myself, I'm winded, I'm out of breath. But if I can do that, that's enough. You don't want stagnant energy hanging around, because when you step on the spiritual path, when you learn about metaphysics, you learn about how important energy is. You might be saying, Uma, let's say you're working with me one-on-one as a client, right? And you're wanting to increase the finances in your life. And here I am talking to you about merry mornings. And you're like, Uma, that got nothing to do with making money. It has everything to do with making money. Do you guys understand that? If you want the energy to move of financial abundance, you have to have the physical energy move as well. They don't tell you that. That's why don't you realize that there's a correlation? All those CEOs, all those people that are like in the top Fortune 500 companies, the gym is a necessary part of their day. Have you noticed that? So you want to incorporate some sort of exercise in the mornings. Now remember, the purpose isn't fitness. The purpose is circulation. I see a couple people talking about walking a dog. That's beautiful. You get to bond with your dog. You get to spend time with your dog. You get to go outside. That fresh air is everything, right? So walking a dog is perfect. Going up and down your stairs. If you can't afford a gym membership, which I always tell women as they're getting older, you have to invest in yourself. Do you know Kim Kardashian, whether you love her or you hate her, Kim Kardashian spends over $1 million a year on her upkeep, whether it's her beauty or her self-care or her fitness, right? Or her nutrition. She spends over $1 million a year. You don't have to spend $1 million, but you have to be investing in yourself. When you move, you tell your body, we are alive, we're engaged, and we're moving forward. So if you want to move forward in love, if you want to move forward in finances, if you want to move forward in your career, you can start by just taking that first step and moving forward physically by walking. Everybody good on that? Everybody understands the E? Yeah? Facts, Beth. All right. I walk in the mall with our group. That's perfect. That's perfect. The mall walking. All right. Belinda said, yep, let's go. So ME for Mary, meditation and exercise required in the mornings. The R, this is where we come to the metaphysical side of life. This is Reiki. How many of you know what Reiki is and how many of you don't know? Put a 1, you know what Reiki is. Put a 2 in the chat, you don't know what Reiki is. Okay, there's a lot of 1s. All right, I'm excited about this. There's a 2. Okay, so Reiki is an energy healing technique. I am a healer and I'm trained in over 40 energy healing modalities. Reiki is my favorite because it's very simple to do. You can actually take a class from a Reiki master. There's 3 levels in Reiki, Reiki 1, Reiki 2, Reiki 3. You can go all the way up to Reiki 3, but most people just take a Reiki 1 to learn how to do healing for themselves. You can do that online, you can do that in person, right? And I know it works because I teach online and I teach in person. So if you ever meet somebody who's like, oh, you can only take this in person, that's not true. That's not true. You can take it online as well. Laurie's Reiki 2, let's go. So Reiki is important because every day we absorb energy from people, environments, conversations, and even our own thoughts, right? Sometimes our thoughts can just really drain us when we overthink or overanalyze things. Reiki, think of it like energy hygiene. It's like brushing your teeth. You have to brush your teeth every day, right? But this is like for your energetic field. When you do Reiki, you're cleaning your energy field. When you clear your energy field in the morning, you're not carrying yesterday into today. You're starting fresh, clear, grounded. And even if you're not attuned to Reiki, right? Intention alone is powerful because energy responds to awareness. When you start learning about the energy dynamics, I've really been toying with the idea of coming out with classes next year about learning energy, just not psychic, not mediumship, just energy, how energy works, frequencies, vibrations. Because once you start learning that stuff, you become very acutely aware of how important your energy is. And I say that because a lot of you know me from TikTok and you've seen people in TikTok come at me or try to take my energy, and you see how very strong I am. A lot of times people say, oh, Uma's mean. No, I'm not mean. I'm protective of my energy because once you start to understand energy, you understand what you need to be aware of and what you're not aware of. I remember one time, a long time ago, like maybe over 10 years ago, they did a interview with Oprah Winfrey. And she at the time was having like this bad reputation for being cold, right? And she said, it's not that I'm cold, it's that I protect my energy. She said, I'm so careful about my energy that if a driver picks me up from the airport to take me to whatever I got to go to, I tell him respectfully, please don't talk to me and please don't put on the radio. She's just so acutely aware of what is coming into her vicinity. How many of us are doing that? Right? Because I'm going to tell you what we do. We're empaths. All of us are empaths. And this is what we do. Well, she's a good friend. She's just venting. She just needs to vent. You know where your good friend needs to go and vent to? A therapist. Your good friend needs to go find a therapist and vent to a therapist, not you. Because you know what's going to happen? You're going to feel sorry for your friend. And then you're going to take that with you. And then now you're feeling sluggish and she feels great, right? She feels amazing. By the end of the call, she wants to go jogging and you're ready to pass out on the couch. You know why? Because you've taken all that on, right? That energy transference. Yeah, Belinda said, I wish, especially at work. Yeah, you got to learn to tune people out. You can still be at work and people could be going through what they go through, but you don't have to participate in it, you know? And be okay with people thinking that you're mean. You're not here to be everybody's best friend, right? But you are here to have a good life. So Reiki clears energetic residue. It strengthens your spiritual connection so you remember what is important. And it supports your energetic boundaries. It helps you to say no more, right? Because you're going to be able to say, this is not for me. I don't want to participate in this. I don't want to do this. I have some of you, because, I post my business phone number everywhere on social media. And some of you will text me and say, can I get a free reading? And what do I tell you guys? Those of you, if you want to out yourself, I say, no, thank you. Right? No, thank you. You are putting down something. I don't have to pick it up. Boundaries are so important. And I find doing things like Reiki helps fortify that energy in you to put up your boundaries. So we're halfway through the merry mornings. This is all things I do, guys. So I'm not sharing it with you like I'm making it up. This is stuff that I do. Every morning I get up, I meditate, I exercise, I do my self Reiki on myself. What is the other R in merry? The other R is reflection, right? I journal a lot. Do you guys like to journal? Reflection is where wisdom integrates. Journaling isn't about writing perfectly. It's about listening honestly. When you reflect, right? Yes, Kessia loves journaling. When you reflect, patterns reveal themselves. I don't ever sit with my journal and say, I'm going to write about Jenny and how Jenny, pissed me off today. I'm going to write about how I felt when Jenny said what she said. Because you know why? Here's a big truth that you guys need to know. And somebody might want to type this in the chat, wherever you're watching from. Type this in the chat, somebody, just one person. Everyone is a mirror to you. Everyone is a mirror to you. So if you think you got an issue with that coworker, what you really got an issue with is them reflecting back to you parts of yourself that you're not okay with. Thank you, guys. Right? Stop making it about other people. It's not about other people. It's about you. It's all about you. So, and you know how I learned that? I learned that at the ashram. I had to go live in the ashram to become a yoga teacher. And I was like Miss Know-It-All, right? And you know when you got that A student, the teacher's pet, because that's Uma, right? I love to study. So anytime the guru asked a question, Uma's hand went up, right? And then they had this other girl, and she thought she was a Miss Know-It-All too. And her hand would go up too, right? And we're both going back and forth. And we would kind of like start being passive aggressive to each other, right? And we would start, kind of digging at each other. And eventually the guru had to like sit both of us down. And he said, what do you not like in Uma? And then he said to me, what do you not like in this person? And I said, she's such a know-it-all. She thinks she knows everything. She's always answering all the questions. And he said, do you realize you're talking about yourself? You know what? I think he could have done it in a better way, to be honest. But I got the point, right? I got the point because he was right. Everything I didn't like in her were things about myself I didn't like. I didn't like that I was a know-it-all. I didn't like that I like to hog the attention and answer all the questions, right? So then it taught me when I start seeing myself like have some sort of bad reactions to people, I don't take it out on the person. I pull inwards instead and I journal about it. You know, today I saw Marcy laughing at my comment, right? And it made me feel this way. It's never about Marcy, right? It made me feel this way. And it made me realize that, yeah, I can see why I feel this way because I don't want to present this way. I don't want to show up this way or blah, 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 whatever the case may be. So journaling helps build your self-awareness. And we know now, right? Emotional intelligence, it's like a hot word, trending word, but emotional intelligence, self-awareness, these are important things now. In fact, did you know that companies, those top 500 companies are saying now that having emotional intelligence is a key part in them hiring you? Did you know that? Imagine you're just sitting here journaling every day, not thinking two things about it, but you're actually increasing your self-awareness, which is therefore increasing your emotional intelligence, which is therefore making you attractive to people who want to work with you, who want to hire you, who want to be your friend. Who knew? It also tracks your spiritual growth, right? Sometimes a single question, like, what does my soul need today, can completely change how you move through your day. And finally, we come to our last thing that I do in the morning. It would be, of course, yoga. I am a yoga teacher and I'm a yogini, which means that I follow the path of yoga. Yoga isn't about performance, it's embodiment. It brings awareness back into your body so you're not living in your head. And it grounds your spirituality into real life through the breath, the movement, the presence. There's actually 8 limbs of yoga, but in the West meaning Western countries, we only know yoga as poses, but there's actually 8 limbs of it. There's breath work. There's the yamas and niyamas, which is the codes of behavior we live by, right? There's concentration, there's meditation, there's brahmacharya, that's like withholding, you know. There's aparigraha, which is like living within your means, not like being greedy or wanting more than you should have. So there's like, it's such a good thing to follow. And I really recommend everybody learn about yoga or get on the path of yoga. It's not a religion. First of all, I need to tell you guys, it's not a religion. It's a spiritual discipline. And I feel like with yoga, that's what helps me to stay really present and grounded. Right? That is my merry morning. Now, some of you might be asking, how long are you, like, what are you doing this for? 2 hours every morning? Sometimes, I'm not going to lie to you. My day as a CEO for all the businesses that I have, my day actually doesn't start until noon because I leave the morning for myself. Because sleep is important, especially as you get older, ladies, your sleep is very important. And I am a late night streamer, right? Sometimes I can stream till 12 a.m. Sometimes I can stream until 4 a.m. And I follow the crowd. I follow the energy. What are we doing? Right? And if I'm going to bed at 4 a.m., I'm not trying to wake up at 8 a.m. and then go do what I got to do. I'm going to sleep in. And then I'm going to wake up and I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to come back and I'm going to do my merry mornings. Right? But the biggest thing I want to share with you, this is my personal thing that I do, and I'm giving it to you because I want you guys to do this, but you don't have to do a merry morning. If you don't want to do Reiki, don't do Reiki. If you're like, you know what, I want a mere morning. I want meditation, exercise, and reflection. Sure. You might say, I want an air morning. I want exercise, Reiki, readings, right? Whatever it is you want to do. And it doesn't have to be the things that I'm doing. But the idea is that you have to have some sort of spiritual practice to start your day. The biggest thing is your intention. Alignment over perfection, presence over pressure, consistency over intensity. Okay? I want to thank you guys so much for joining me for my little talk today. If you are ready to build your own spiritual practice, you can scan this QR code right here and it will link you to do a clarity call with me. I offer free 30-minute clarity calls for anyone who wants to discuss what they're going through and see how we can work together. I would love to do that with you. And I have a free gift for you guys. It is a free 2026 Awakening Guide. You can scan this QR code to receive your free gift from me. I just want to remind you guys, you're not here to survive your life. You're here to consciously create it. All right? I thank you guys so much. And now I'm going to give you over to Sarah. We have a break. It's from 11 to 11:15. Sarah, if you will take the stage. Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you. Uma, great job. That was eye-opening. That was wonderful. It was. Thank you. Everybody give Uma a round of applause because that was amazing. Great way to start. Okay.
Thank
Bring the
you.
chat up. Okay, so we're on a break right now to 11:15, or for the next 13 minutes. So, depending on where you are in the country, or in the world, because we have London on as well. So, I'm gonna just introduce myself if you need to use the restroom, if you need to grab a drink, if you need to get food, let your dog out, whatever you need to do. But in the meantime, I will be here and I am just going to give you a little bit of information. I am currently publishing a book, which will be out in summer of 26. It's called Never Live the Same Year Twice. And my part of this summit is at the end of the day, and it's about relationships. And that could be work, that could be family, that could be friendships, it could be anything. And we are in December. And I feel like stress is high in December for anybody, whether you celebrate a holiday, it's the end of the year, anything like that. And so I thought I was just going to read a quick intro. It's my inspiration story, which made me want to write this book on relationships. And I'm just going to give you a little background. Never Live the Same Year Twice is a book about ditching New Year's resolutions and using your birthday or a significant day in your life as your new year. So, yes, January 1st is coming up, and a lot of people are going to be starting new practices, which I think is absolutely amazing. I kind of stopped doing New Year's resolutions, and like even today, it's the 21st of December, and I have not lifted weights in probably about 3 weeks because I've been in travel for quite a while. And I was like, well, I'm not going to wait till January 1st. I'm just going to do it today. So I got my walk in and I lifted some weights and it's December 21st. And people are like, that's a day that's insignificant. Yeah, it is. But why start, wait another week and a half when you can just start right now, right? So the book is about using your birthday significant days in your life, whether I have some clients that it's their divorce date or it's their anniversary date or it's the day their child was born or anything that is absolutely significant to them that means something to them. So that said, with my summit piece being on relationships, I'm going to, and excuse me, because I am going to bring this over and read it for you. So I will not technically be looking into the camera. And this is about adult relationships. Again, it's the inspiration story of why I started this book. It was every year when I turn a certain age, on my birthday, I just turned 48 in August. And every year I do a thank you Facebook post, Instagram post, anything like that. And just thank everybody for reaching out to me, text, calls, emails, whatever. And I always put at the bottom, never live the same year twice. And that's the start of my new year. And I put in a couple of things of don't chase toxic people or I'm going to start working out more again, or I'm going to start meditating more, or I'm going to do something to change my year. So I'm in my year of 48 and I think I'm doing okay this year. I look back on 47 and I was like, oh, that was all right, but like let's do 48, right? So that's me. And so I'm just going to read this real quick for you. This is the intro story. So Adult friendship is weird. You either have friends growing up, from college, from work, or you find friends along the way. I always cherished my friendships, and I didn't have a lot of friends growing up. I was never the popular one, the pretty one, the smart one, the weird one, or anything in between. I had a small circle of friends in high school, which now looking back, not surprisingly, I'm no longer really friends with them. I'm acquaintances on social, but when I go home, and I'm from Massachusetts, when I go home, I do not see them. So when you do find someone in your adult life that you can call a friend, someone that you can call if you need to talk, you don't want that to end, and you kind of crave it. October, when the leaves are just starting to fall in New England, the mornings are crisp, days are still sunny, and in the evenings you can wear a sweatshirt with shorts. That's how I always remember a road trip I had with one of my friends. We had been friends for years, decades, honestly. We've known each other since 1996. We had gone our separate ways. I was in the military. She moved away for work, and we'd always lived across the country. I had lived overseas, and we never really saw each other. But in September, we would get together and have a road trip together for a few days. In the weeks leading up to it, we would FaceTime each other, drink wine, talk for hours, just basically reconnect. During the rest of the year, we would send a few texts back and forth, but in September, this was the time when we'd really start talking, and we would just pick up wherever we left off. The conversations just flowed. It was easy, and then we would finally meet up, get in the car, and the talks were endless. It was just the two of us. Everything else in the world that we normally had to pay attention to, work, family, responsibilities, chores, everything was on hold. This was our couple of days. This was our time, and it was friendship self-care. The road trip always had a destination to meet up with a group of other friends. It was kind of like a mini reunion. Sometimes the same friends would be there, and other times it was a different group of friends. But either way, the actual road trip was just between us. It was our time to spend together and share old memories as well as make new ones together. So every year we're making new memories, but still laughing at all of our old memories. We'd have deep talks, the talks you can't have on the phone or through FaceTime. Like this was the FaceTime. This was you're in each other's face, and you were on the road. We were on the road for about 8 hours together. When we reach our destination, we would meet up with our other friends and have a great few days together. Then something changed. The last road trip was different. We were different. Maybe it was I who was different because looking back, she had not changed. I did. And when I say that, it makes me out to be the villain, but that's not the case. And she's not the villain either. Things just changed. And they changed because she did not change. I looked back and I realized I was ignoring behavior that didn't align with me anymore. The behavior was always there, but I chose to ignore it because I wanted to have this friendship so badly. You see, she wasn't a great friend the rest of the year. She never called me. She would never initiate a text or even a quick, hey, I hope you're doing well. Um, but I know that September, October frame, depending on when we did it, we would be planning our trip together, and I would just let myself forget about all the other stuff throughout the year. People get busy. I noticed throughout the years that we would meet up with our friends, and she would turn a bit selfish. She would act in a way that was actually annoying and embarrassing. She thrived on attention from others. I ignored it. I never said anything, and I never said anything to her. I would talk about it with another close friend. And the end of the road trip, we'd hop back in the car and talk about all the fun we had that weekend. Laugh at all the jokes we shared, talk about how much we missed everybody, and then we'd go our separate ways for the rest of the year. We'd exchange a quick happy Thanksgiving, a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year's text, and again, that's where it kind of stopped. Was I holding on to a friendship that was no longer a true friendship? Because as an adult, it's hard to actually have true friendships. Why, year after year, was I doing this and not changing it? Was I holding on to a toxic friendship because I figured this was the best I could get? Did she care about me during the other 51 weeks of the year? Was she a true friend? When I look back on my social media posts from the last 8 years, I write these words of wisdom and that on my birthday when I thank everybody and would say, don't chase anyone. Let go of toxic people. Surround yourself with people that would stand up for you in a room when you are not there. find people who support your dreams and goals. She didn't make the cut in any of those tidbits of wisdom. I wasn't following my own advice. I can write it all I want and hope that others think about friendships in their lives, but I wasn't actually doing it. At least in this case, I was living the same year over and over again, and I started to ask myself, does she care about me? Does she only care about me during this time of the year? I would think back on our talks, our laughs, and seeing old pictures of us. It looked like the kind of friendship that everybody craved, but in reality, it was fake. I changed, she didn't. And that is my inspiration story. It's a true story. It's a little heartbreaking. Yeah, I'm getting a little emotional, but that said, has anybody had a friendship like that, a relationship like that, whether it's, a longtime friend, a new friend, or anything like that? Has that ever happened to anybody? If you want to raise your hand or put it in the chat. Yes, Jenny. Anybody else? Yes. Yeah, you will outgrow each other, right? It kind of is hard to when we're older, we don't have like when we're in school, you're surrounded by your friends, right? If you have them, if you don't have them, you're just surrounded by people of your peer group, and it's really hard. So, Audra, yes, you've had that. Does anyone want to share? We have about 3 minutes until we move to the next
Belinda said she has a girlfriend that has a friend just like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, that's where you need to make the decision. And again, we'll go over this in relationships at the end of the day with my speaking piece on this. But what do you do? Is it toxic? Does it make you happy? I guess what I'd like to leave you with is that when this happens, when you see this person, and again, this is friendship, but this could be anybody in your life. How do you feel after you see that person? Whether it's for 5 minutes, whether it's for 5 hours, whether it's for 5 days. Like, how do you feel? And if it doesn't give you a sense of warmth in your heart and in your head, um, do you make that decision to say, I'm going to slowly move on? Or are you going to make the decision to say, I will hold on to this? Because in the end, your happiness is what matters. And if it's stressing you out, you're worried about it, you kind of don't look forward to a text or a phone call or an in-person meetup at coffee or wine or anything, you have to think about that, right? So if this resonates with you, please let me know, put it in the chat, and we will continue, obviously, talking about this at the end of the day with relationships.
Awesome. How's everybody doing? Check in time. Spirit fingers if you're all right. Yeah. All right. Well, I am happy to announce our next speaker. I'm going to go ahead and pin myself real quick here. The next speaker is not only somebody I know very well. She works at my center. She also, well, not really anymore, right, Danae? Because Danae actually is starting her own center. For the longest time, we've worked together for so long because we did my podcast show together. We worked together at Lotus, but Danae bought a house and she's working out where she's at right now. And she's my best friend. She's one of I have 3 best friends and she's one of my best friends. So I'm going to introduce Danae and her topic, and then she will take it from there. Danae Walters is the owner of Here with Danae. She is a massage therapist, Reiki master teacher, and angel card reader. She is the host of the popular In Memory Grief Support group that is on Meetup. She says, we are able to navigate the world of holding space for each other, sharing memories accurately, and connect resources. It's a group to honor loved ones that have passed on. Today, her talk title is Self-Love, Self-Care, and Self-Development. As humans, we wear many different hats and take care of others. When we realize self-love and self-care are maintenance for optimal health, We can stop thinking things that require money are a luxury, and we can redirect our focus to understanding investing in ourselves to help us pour from an overflowing cup and not empty. So without further ado, I'm going to bring Danae up here. Can we welcome her in?
Hi guys, thank you so much, Uma. Yes, I am always open and ready to participate in retreats at the Lotus in the Light Metaphysical Center, and I appreciate you for all that you have done as an amazing mentor and even better friend. I love you. You're my sister.
Love you.
All right, guys, I am aligned was my message for today. And I feel so honored and blessed to be here with you guys, sharing my experience and sharing things that have helped me along my journey that have brought me to where I'm at right now. All right. I love spiritual practices. I give all the glory to God, and I have gone through some things where I am so thankful I do not look like what I've been through. As we come into winter solstice, it is a great opportunity to allow me to also tap into the grief that I am experiencing from losses through over the years. I have to give a shout out to my mom. She passed away 12/12/2020. I have to give a shout out to my sister Erica. Her heavenly birthday just passed December 18th. She passed away in 2024. And I have to give a shout out to my baby brother, Felipe Seljuk. I love you. He transitioned in 2022. And them transitioning moved me forward into creating that grief support. I did not experience transitions. I call them transitions because energy never dies, okay? And I may get choked up, but that is because I love them so much. And I am still carnated here in this being, and I have so much life and love to give. So it is a big transition for no longer having them here in the flesh. So I'm going to start off with self-love. Self-love is a state of appreciation for oneself that grows from actions that support over physical, psychological, and spiritual growth. All right. When we are coming into winter solstice, the days are shorter, right? Where we don't get as much vitamin D as we truly, truly should. That's why I always say, I love summer. Give me all the sun. Give me that vitamin D. During the winter, though, it's getting dark around 4:30 and I'm losing my mind. So when we think of self-love and we think of winter solstice and we think of letting go, all not serving our highest good, we're also losing daylight that brings us that oh so good joy. And I'm not saying everyone goes through seasonal depression, because it is actually truly a jolly time. We get to be around family, we get to celebrate, we get to do things that bring our friends and family closer together. And also, when you're experiencing or going through grief, there is a sadness that kind of comes around, and it sits there, and I think it's important that we acknowledge those feelings, we tap into those feelings, but we do not let feelings or emotions control us. We sit with them, we express ourselves. You may see the tears flow, but I trust and believe that I am blessed in all that I do. But I'm human and I'm going to cry and I'm going to rejoice. And so with us practicing self-love, I always think it is important to be gentle with thyself. We are the harshest critics to ourselves. And then everyone around us are like, Who are you talking to like that? Don't you know you rock? Don't you know you're amazing? Every time Uma is talking about her body or her thoughts, I'm like, girl, do you see what I see? You are beautiful. You are amazing. I freaking love you. You taught me and you helped me cultivate that love for myself, girl. Shut it up. I'm like, shut it up. Because you are worthy of that love, okay? I want to remind you guys that you are worthy of that love. With self-love, it is also about mindfulness, all right? Mindfulness is essential. I think Uma had tapped into it, self-awareness, all right? Self-awareness is when you understand and you are present in that moment, all right? With me in dealing with my grief, one of my best friend's sisters, she sent me a book after my mom transitioned. And this book has been one of the main things that helped me with my grief support group and with everything that I do on a daily basis. All right. I love this book. It's called Healing After Loss by Martha W. Hickman. Daily Meditations for Working Through Grief. I'm going to read you today's date because this book is so amazing. It has a message for every day of the year. And I'm going to put all this information in the chat as well. December 21st. I dreamed I fell through a trap door into subterranean terrors. Hoyt Hickman. It will always be there. The occasion of loss, the memory of its onset and pain, the diminishing but real possibility that at any moment we could be plunged back into it. There is a way in which we would not want this otherwise. To take away all the sharpness of our loss could take away the intensity of our relationship with the loved one. At first, we are always falling through the trap door. This image occurred to me again and again, as it did to my husband in those early years of dealing with the death of our daughter. But it is possible to climb back out or to reestablish our footing after the trapdoor drops. And in time, we will find we have some choice about it. Whether we will skirt that close to emotional crisis or not, it is not always a bad choice to do so. It is good news when we find we have a choice at all. Even through the experience of this pain, I am grateful for the intensity of my love for the one I have lost. We are never alone, okay? We are never alone. Sometimes lonely, yes, but never alone, okay? We have a heart, we have a soul, we have an energy that never dies, that is connected to our loved ones that are here in some way, shape, or form, all right? So I am sending so much love as we deal with winter solstice, as we deal with the change in weather, I was not ready for the snow, I tell you that much. But as we deal with all these changes, it is a reminder for us to let go, truly let go of all not serving our highest good and watch how God works in our life, okay? I am going to move right along into our self-care, all right? Self-care, the intentional practice of activities that support your overall well-being. And there are some different areas I'm going to tap on, and then I will give an example on certain things that you can do for that self-care. To me, self-care is about alignment, mind, body, spirit. We have physical, all right? We have this physical body. What are we doing to care for our physical body. All right. We got massage. All right. Hey, you got a good massage therapist? Hit them up. That should be in your daily practice. Not daily. Ooh, I wish we could daily, but that should be in your monthly, bi-monthly, occasional practice. Okay. Hygiene. Sometimes we get in a rut and we don't feel like doing anything. You can not do anything, but then you got to remember, our bodies go through changes on a regular basis. All right. Our hygiene is essential because that is maintenance for your body. All right. We got emotional self-care, journaling. I have a journal for gratitude. I have a journal for when I want to cuss people out. I am human and I need that balance because it's better I write it down and release it than to actually say some things that could be hurtful to somebody else. And that is a work in progress. All right. I am not perfect, but I am saying there are certain tools that you will have to find out for yourself and try different things and incorporate those things to help you along your journey. All right. We have social. All right. Our social self-care. That is time with your friends and your chosen family. People who lift you up. People who bring you out of that energy that you may be feeling. People who will hold space for you when you're going through it emotionally and you don't know how to put things into words the way you want. You have people that do know you, that love you. I have friends and family that hit me up when it's just like I'm going through it and I'm like, man, why I feel like this. And then I'll get a message from someone that loves me, that is holding me up, or that is thinking about me. And then I'm like, all right, snap out of it, girl. You got people who love you. All right. Mental self-care. We all experience trauma in different ways. All right. Trauma is real. It is important for when you are experiencing mental blockage or you need focus on your mental health. There is a therapist out there. There is a therapist out there for you. There is somebody that can help you remove those mental blockages because you deserve it. All right. Tapping is one of the things that one of my therapists used with me when I couldn't understand how I was supposed to live without my mom, my best friend, my confidant, my plus one to every party. It was something that I never knew how to do. Okay. So mental health is essential. It is essential and you need to remove all those preconceived notions that tell you, oh, crazy people, only crazy people go to a therapist. Oh, no. Healthy people see a therapist. Healthy people see a life coach. Your mental health really has a very important role in your everyday life. Okay. And then last but not least, of course, is our spiritual self-care. If you're not starting the day off with Mary, I suggest you start the day off with prayer. Connect with God and hold space. Have those quiet moments of just reflecting, sharing, vent to God. Okay. Don't vent to other humans who hold on to that energy and can't really do anything for you in these situations. Why not vent to the one who created you? Why not share with God those insights? Because then you're releasing it. You're not releasing it onto somebody else, but you're releasing it to some entity, energy, source that can really help you. This is about you and your journey. Your spiritual health is essential. It truly, truly is, guys. Meditation, meditation, meditation. I used to fall asleep during meditation for months and months, and I was freaking out. I'm like, every time I go down to meditate, I'm falling asleep. And I thought I was doing it all wrong. But I kept doing it. And then I started to hear certain things, hear messages. Then I started to reflect. And I started to realize, okay, first I'm falling asleep. Now I got all these ideas running through my head. I'm just trying to be quiet. And then my thoughts were not quiet. And then I'm like, you know what? Still sit. Consistency is what I mean. You are retraining yourself. You guys, I don't think we understand how much we have been programmed. This is not to scare you. This is just to remind you of the personal power that you have in these situations. Years and years and years of programming, and here we are trying to meditate for 10 minutes and think we're going to get it like that. We have to be gentle with ourselves so that we can redirect our energy to what it is we are trying to do. Sit. Sit for 10 minutes. Sit for 5. Build it up. But do not quit on yourself. You are you, and that is your power. Okay? All right. Hold on. What I do? I did self-love first. Now I'm doing self-care. All right. This is my baby right here. All right. The Sacred Self-Care Oracle. The Sacred Self-Care Oracle. Now I'm just going to pull a card for us for our message for today. Okay. I'm going to be quick, but I'm not going to rush. All right. There's a difference, baby. The card I received today is intuition. Whew. Woman's what? Intuition. Trust your what? Instincts. You have been brought to the right place, and this is just a reminder that you are here to receive some great information. And guess what? We're always being provided with information. You have to trust your intuition to know that you are being guided in the right place. Sometimes there is an hour-long movie, right? And you're watching this movie. This doesn't make sense. I don't agree with that. And then you get 30 seconds of something that says, whoa, that spoke to me. That 30 seconds from that whole hour spoke to you because that was the message you were supposed to receive. All right? Intuition is something that we all have. And as you continue to develop your self-care, your self-love, and your self-development, you'll start to realize your intuition is going to guide you. And trust and believe, intuition and ego are two very different things. Right now, the ego may be louder than the intuition, but as you be still, as you be present in the moment, that intuition is going to guide you. And once you realize you're being guided by your intuition and you receive those messages from God, you start to realize, wow, I am a powerful being created in the image of, and these are the things that I need to do to be there for my community. When you have that self-love and that self-care, I'm telling you, that self-development is going to flow. All right. And I'm moving into our self-development. Self-development was the first thing that I learned when I became an entrepreneur. And it started off with network marketing, okay? I had E.T., the hip hop preacher. I had Joel Osteen. I had Tony Robbins. And they were all teaching about self-development. What book are you reading? That's what I always hear. What book are you reading? What audio book are you listening to? Um, Self-development is the process which a person's character or abilities are gradually developed. When we're developing ourselves, we are choosing what we use to move toward into. All right. So for self-development, I wanted to believe in myself. I wanted to have confidence. I wanted to be able to speak in front of people. I want a lot of things. Sagittarius here. I want to be able to balance it all. I want to be the jack of all trades, but at the end of the day, I wanted to be authentically myself. All right. So books, reading is essential. It's so easy for us now in the realm of technology to be like, oh, I don't need to read. I have this movie. They just made the movie of the book. How easy. It's not the same. Yes, the movie is good, but it is not the same. To be able to read a book and to be able to visualize or to be able to resonate with the message, okay? Self-development to me is about reading. Now, in a world full of technology, I'm not against audiobooks because sometimes when you're on the go, hey, it takes me 40 minutes to get into the office. I don't commute anymore. But when I did, guess what? Louise Hay, Hay House Radio. All right. I will find the reference for Louise Hay, but I didn't really plan to talk about her. But now that I have to refer you guys this book. It's affirmations. It's an audio book and it's a hard copy book, but she has affirmations for each area of your life. I would listen to those affirmations every day, driving into work in traffic, and driving back home, I would pick another audio book. One of my favorites is Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. Another one is As a Man Thinketh. As a Man Thinketh. I just listened to that book on audio. I'm telling you, I got some people out of my life not serving my highest good. And guess what? They are thriving. They are blessed. They are living great. But guess what? They ain't bothering me. Okay. But the book that I do have here for today is Be Happy. 170 Ways to Transform Your Day by Patrick Lindsay. And this is just a sweet and simple, quick book. It doesn't have 360, but it does have a lot. And I am going to just pick a page and read. That's my thing. I like to, when I was doing the podcast with Uma, I would just pick a page and just read it. But I feel like each message is something that we can all relate to. We're all incarnated as human beings right now. The goal is to be happy. We want to live in bliss. We don't want our obstacles to think that they have any control over us, because they don't. Yes, things outside of us we have no control over. But guess what we do have control over? Our minds. We have control over what we do. Okay? That's why we're so big on consistency, because once you can say, you know what? I'm going to do it today. And you do it today. And then you wake up the next day and you say, you know what? I'm going to do it today. Guess what? You're reprogramming yourself to do things that you know are essential for you. Okay? So be happy. The first word I have is deliver. Well, not word, but message. Deliver. So often we bail out before finishing a task. We'll always find excuses to justify it, but then we will live in the shadow of unfulfilled promises. Whenever you can, move out of these shadows. No matter how long it takes, whether big or small, finish the job. You'll be amazed at the freedom it brings. Give us the tools and we will finish the job. Sir Winston Churchill. So this just goes right along into everything that we are talking about. I know you would be mad if Amazon didn't deliver those packages when they said they would. Our postal service has a, if we don't deliver by the date we say we will, We will refund you your money. Deliver to you. Deliver to you so that when you speak and that when you do and when you take action, you are able to deliver to others. How special is that? I think as we release all not serving our highest good for the winter solstice, I think as we reflect on the goals and the things that we want for our lives individually, we can get to a point where we know what needs to change. And guess what? Be the change you wish to see. It starts right now. It starts with you saying, you know what? This is something that I see myself doing that I don't want to do anymore. And now you have some tools that can help you along your way. Does anybody here have self-care practices that help them? I touched on the physical, a spa day. What else can you do for the physical? Walking. Someone earlier said walks in nature. Yes, dance and move the body. The beach is my best friend. Oh, I'm telling you, summertime can't get here soon enough. Might have to fly out somewhere. I need the warmth. Give me the warmth. But self-care is essential. Dancing, I'm telling you, music, the ultimate, the universal love language, they say. Oh, the beats. Oh, you guys make me want to dance right now. Somebody put some music on. I got 2 minutes. Let's dance. But physical, emotional, social, mental, spiritual. Pick something and be consistent with it, okay? I'm going to finish out with a little bit of sound therapy. I'm going to start us off with some deep breaths, being present in this moment. You guys are loved. You guys are special. You guys are you, and that is your power, okay? Let's start off with a slow, deep breath in through the nose and slowly release through the mouth. Take another slow, deep breath in through the nose and slowly release through the mouth. Go ahead and close your eyes if they're not already. Take a slow, deep breath in through the nose and slowly release through the mouth. Just be present in this moment. Focusing on your breath, taking a slow, deep breath in and slowly releasing through the mouth. Ashe. Namaste. Amen. Thank you guys so much for the talk with self-care, self-love, and self-development. I hope that this touched your heart. I hope this was a reminder of how loved you are. It starts now in this moment. You are loved and you are never alone. I'm going to leave in the chat some ways to stay in touch, and I'm sending love.
Thank you. Thank you, Danae. Wow. How do we feel, ladies? Spirit fingers. Spirit fingers. All right. We have a break. We have a break from 11:45 to noon, and I'm going to give it over to Jenny. For those of you that don't want a break, Jenny is going to do something called hot seat coaching. All right. To everybody who's watching live, I know people were asking about the recording. They want to get the recording. If you are watching on TikTok, if you go to the Linktree link in my bio, you just click on that Linktree link in my bio and you will see the link for the Shape Her Summit. You just register for it. You know, we've had it's now up to like 75 people have registered for this. And I think a lot of people could not make it here in person, but they really wanted the recording. So you guys can definitely get it as well. All right, Jenny, thank you so much for doing our hot seat coaching. We can't wait to see what that is about.
Thank you, Uma, and thank you, Danae, for sharing that. That was amazing. So, high performance coaching is a 3-month intense program that gets you unstuck and moving into the next levels of success in business or life. And because there's 12 different topics that I would normally go through, I picked energy for today. Energy is very important going into this time of year. And we're going to look at how your energy is and ways you can amplify that going forward. So I would actually like a volunteer from this Zoom room here to be my coaching guinea pig. Anybody want to try some free coaching for 15 minutes? Volunteer?
You guys better grab it up.
Somebody.
She's expensive.
Or I'm just going to pick somebody.
Marcy said sure.
Marcy will?
Yeah.
Okay.
So do you need me to remove the pin and then to bring you and Marcy?
Yeah, that's fine. Anybody else who wants to participate, just write down what your answers would be as we go through this in your journals. Marcy, if you could unmute yourself. I can't unmute you. There we go. Hi, Marcy.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
So let me put on my smart people glasses so that
Okay.
I can get right into this. So, Marcy, what we're going to do is we're going to go through a few questions. I'm going to get a gauge of some things on how you're doing and then work towards some suggestions at the end. Anybody else listening in, please feel free to write down how you would respond, and then you can work yourself towards the same thing. I do some group coachings, generally keep it at 5 people or less because the time's so limited. This is going to be very abbreviated. Are you ready, Marcy?
Ready to go. Okay.
Excellent. So our goal this session is going to be find out how much energy you have and then try to give you some tips going forward for the rest of the year and going into the next year. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Perfect. So can you tell me in the last 3 months how you have felt with your physical and mental energy?
I feel that my energy is getting stronger.
Mm-hmm.
I had a stroke 20 years ago, and I feel that each year I get better and better. My mental space is it's getting more organized, which I love. And it's seeking the creativity of spirituality.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? What do you do for your spirituality to really boost your mental energy?
I'm really new to it, so I can't say that. I don't know what I do, but every morning when I wake up, I'm one, grateful to be alive, and two, I just think positively about the world. And I know that there is some, there's a lot of negativity in the press, and I tend not to read that just because I like to be very positive.
Right. That makes perfect sense. So, going through what you have been through, can you think back to a time when your physical and mental energy was at its best and what was going on then?
Yeah. I was physically fit. I ran marathons. I graduated business school, and I was excited to make the career path up the ladder. And then in the middle of it, I had a stroke, and that turned everything around and so I was depressed.
Mhm.
And I keep trying to do different things to try and bring happiness to my life,
Okay.
along with a lot of work. I mean, there's tons of work to be done about, physically, my, my mental space. But I tend to, again, be more positive because that incentivizes me to keep going.
Yes, definitely. I understand that. So if we look back at that time before your stroke, when you had that high level of energy and everything was going perfectly, let's look at that as our goalpost to get your energy back to. Does that sound
Okay.
like something you would want to do?
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
But
So
I'm older now, so
that doesn't matter. You can
okay.
still get it back.
Perfect. Perfect.
Okay. So keeping that in the back of your mind, what areas, what habits do you have with your nutrition that you think could feed back into that energy to get you back where you want to be? What new changes in nutrition would you have to make, if any?
I would have to actually eat more, and and then I would have more energy to do more things.
Mm-hmm.
And
What's
I don't uh because I'm going through menopause, and I've met this doctor, and she's done some phenomenal things, for me through HRT. And that has it has really energized me a little bit. Um, I've had breast cancer too, and I didn't think I could do the HRT, but then we decided no, that study's really terrible. So you know about the study, don't you?
yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not, I don't eat very much, and I'm still gaining weight, and I am frustrated by that. And I
Yeah.
think that affects, that affects my mental space.
Mm-hmm.
And I in turn don't do things to help me become better. I can't run, but I can walk, or yeah. So, or I want to exercise too. I want to be fit. So one of my goals for next year is to be fit.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a great goal. So what do you think is a tweak you can make with your nutrition just starting today, something simple and small that you think you could try to replicate over the next couple weeks to build that habit?
Um, every morning I sometimes I have yogurt.
Mm-hmm.
I should have eggs because eggs energizes me.
Mm-hmm.
So and make it a list. I just got this because I can't write. Um, but I just got this ADHD cleaning planner,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just like the things that you have to do each day to make your place, clean.
Yes.
And um, I think that when I clean the place, I feel more together, and more like, okay, I did that. What else can I do?
Mm-hmm.
Um, so, having breakfast in the morning, and then light lunch, and dinner. Sorry, I do the blue hair special. I go in at
There's
like
nothing wrong
four
with
or
that.
five. Yeah, I eat at 4 or 5, and that's fine. Um, I I do one thing that I'm not sure if it is working,
Mm-hmm.
is
What's
that
that one?
I'm taking, every one, well, not every once in a while, it's become a habit, of gummies.
Mm-hmm.
And I take them for relaxation.
Mm-hmm.
and, laughing, but I don't sleep well. And so when I don't sleep well, the next day gets ruined, kind of. It just gets affected by, the THC. Like, I will wake up later, and I won't have much, I won't have any energy.
How
So,
much sleep do you get on a daily basis, do you think?
um, I've been tracking that for the last year. I get about 6 or 7, and the apps say I need 8 or 9.
What's your nighttime routine, if I can ask? What are you doing right
Sure.
before you go to bed?
What?
What are you doing right before you go to bed within that first hour right before?
Um,
Like, do
Brush
you
my
have a
teeth.
specific nighttime routine that you go through to wind
Yeah,
down?
yeah. I let the animals out. I'm doing this thing now, um, which is I turn off my lights, but I leave the candles on,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm spending some time in my living room, and I'm not watching TV because I think the TV is it can be distracting.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
can it? Yeah. So yeah, and I'm you know listening to a book on
Okay.
tape or something like that, and that
Okay.
helps relax me. And I put my oils on and little music, and it helps.
Do you find that the nights that you follow that routine closely, you sleep better? Or do you find that
Yes.
you okay? So maybe for the next week, you can commit to following that routine every day for the next 7 days and then see if you can start improving your sleep levels.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
absolutely. Because once you get that daily nutrition, the breakfast in line, and then you're sleeping, it should start to boost up your energy levels and get you closer back to where you were or where you would want to be.
yeah.
That's excellent. So let me ask you, what would you try to take on or achieve if you had 3 times more energy than you do right now?
I would make my friendships be more um it would be more of a priority.
Mm-hmm.
My friendships now, um they are important. I mean, they're obviously always a priority, but um I don't fulfill the things that I'm saying I'm going to fulfill
Okay.
because I'm tired.
Understand.
Um,
Yeah.
so I don't like that, and I don't. I mean, yeah, I really down on myself about that.
Yeah, I understand, and you shouldn't be because when our energy is out of alignment, everything in our life is out of alignment. So,
Oh,
because our time is super short and this is like a super small portion of what a session would be, what I want you to take going forward is because you shared a lot about how your energy was before you had your stroke, going through that, going through cancer and menopause and trying to get back. So, if you could just over the next week, 2 weeks, even though it's the holiday season, focus on really getting that nutrition in that you want. Pay attention to if maybe the gummies are interrupting your sleep and then reassess how you would use those.
yeah.
And then work on keeping that nighttime routine consistent. Then that should help you get more in alignment and then you can start building back those friendships. So
Mm.
thank you, Marcy, for participating and trusting me with this today.
Oh,
And I
thank
wish
you
you the
very
best
much.
going forward. Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank you, ladies. That was awesome. Can we clap it up, spirit fingers? Spirit fingers for Marcy and Jenny, Hot Seat Coaching. All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed your break. We are moving along with the Shape Her Summit. It is now noon, and I am ready to introduce you to another amazing speaker. Her name is Greta Okomo. And let me tell you a little bit about Greta before I bring her to the stage. Okay? Greta Okomo is the founder and CEO of Collaborative Change Consulting, LLC. She has nearly 20 years of experience advancing leadership and diversity and inclusion initiatives for higher education institutions and nonprofit organizations. Through customized leadership training and personal development coaching, Greta empowers leaders to use authentic connection, respect, and cultural understanding to address the breakdown of trust and productivity at their organizations. So today, we are having Greta talk about the topic of abundance. Anybody want to hear this talk? Yeah? Abundance? So her talk title is From Doubt to Destiny, a journey back to the power within. Are we excited or are we excited? This talk explores the transformative journey from self-doubt to self-belief through the stories of 4 film characters. Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz, Bruce Leroy, The Last Dragon, Willow Ufgood from Willow, and Chihiro Sen from Spirited Away. Each character's path reveals a universal truth. The strength, courage, and clarity they sought were never external. They were within them all along. Guys, please welcome Greta Okomo to the stage. Let me find her. Where is she?
Okay.
Oh, there she is. Okay. Thank you, Greta.
Good. Yes. Hello. Thank you so much, Uma. That was an amazing introduction. And I just want to say thank you so much for inviting me. I feel so deeply blessed. And I thank God that I'm just in a place and position to be able to be with you here today and share, my work, but also too, just a bit about myself, how like quirky I am and whimsical and how my work can also reflect that as well. And how I'm just such a film enthusiast. I was a film nerd. I took film studies classes when I was in college. And I think I was like, the professor's favorite because I'd be like really into it and have deep analysis of the films. And so that's what I want to share today, and how I approach my work in a very holistic way where I don't compartmentalize, what we do and how we approach our work as leaders and as people. We, everything about our lives as we're learning today is connected. Our mind, our body, just how we move through the world, our culture, our background, it's all connected. And that's how I approach the work that I do with collaborative change consulting. So in the chat, I'm going to pull up some slides. I have some slides because I'm a very visual person as well. But in the chat, I want you to let me know if you've seen any of those films. So the films are Spirited Away, which is a great Oscar-winning anime film from Miyazaki, if I'm saying that correctly. Studio Ghibli, if you know, you know. And let's see, make sure I'm presenting. We have The Wizard of Oz and The Wiz. Those are pretty popular. And then also too, what do you see on your screen? So you just see my slide From Doubt to Destiny.
No, there's something grayed out in front of it.
Okay, let me stop the share. Okay, but as we're getting that up in the chat, if you can let me know if you've seen any of those films. And Willow, which starred Val Kilmer, and that was when he was at his prime, at his height.
While you're getting that up, I could tell you from the chat, a lot of people have seen the shows. Mercy, Spirited Away. Audra saw The Last Dragon. Kenya saw Spirited Away. Audra saw the Wiz. Leonta, The Wizard of Oz, and The Wiz. The Wiz on Broadway too, Leonta saw. Kenya saw Willow. Lori saw Willow, Wizard of Oz, and Last Dragon. Good, Lori.
Hopefully, I'm not sure what you're seeing now.
It's a gray screen.
It's like blocking your presentation. So we saw the presentation, but then there was like this gray screen over it.
Were you doing presenter view? Because I know when I did it on Canva for my slides, I had to do regular view, and then I had to use my phone to access my notes.
Okay, yeah, so maybe I'll do that. But as I do that, I will just tell you a little bit more about myself. Like I said, I have a background in higher education and nonprofit, and and I've worked in multicultural education. And so that's what my work is really rooted in. It's about having intentional and authentic connection. I worked my way up from being a student aide all the way up to being a grad student, and then up and up to being director and senior level. And what I noticed and what was the key is how you treated one another, how much the leaders, the team, and how well you did as a team was based on how well the team worked together, but also to was there a foundation of trust? Was there a foundation of respect? Was there a foundation of understanding of different cultural perspectives? Okay, let me try this again. Let's see. I'm not sure why it's being all wonky like it is. Okay, I'm going to present. You know what? I think I'm trying to get out of this where I don't want to do presenter mode anymore. Okay. Maybe that is what the issue is. Let me go out and come back in. Right. I feel like when you do a test run, it always works so well. And then when you actually try to go to do
Facts.
it, that's when it like goes all wonky.
I wonder if I'm trying to see if I have need to run live stream. Anybody is, Zoom efficient, let us know. Okay, screen share. There we go. So we could see Journey Back to the Power Within. And then there's like a gray box over Journey. Now there it is.
There
We
we
can
go.
see it. But there's like a
You got
gray
it?
box.
Oh, I don't see the gray box.
Yeah, it's like above your head. It's above From Doubt to Destiny. It's like a rectangular box.
Right.
Oh, I
But
think that's the chat screen. Yeah, okay.
okay.
Is that better?
But now we can see and read. Yeah.
Yeah,
Now it's out the way.
it's out the
Okay.
way.
All right. Okay, here we go. From Doubt to Destiny, a journey back to the power within. And so I already talked about my background. So what I want to highlight with these film characters, so we have again Dorothy, the two versions, if you've seen, and I want to put disclaimer, I have not seen the recent Wicked films. I know it's like a blockbuster. I know everybody is like, they're so great movies, the singing, all this stuff, but I have not seen them. So I have read the book Wicked, but have not seen them. So disclaimer, how I'm framing the way I'm talking about these characters based on these films, 1939, 1978. If you haven't seen The Wiz, it is from, and that's what I talk about culture. It's from the cultural perspective of more African American cultural perspective. This is the late 1970s. So it does provide similar kind of story, but from the perspective of African Americans. And it's excellent. Diana Ross, Michael Jackson is Scarecrow, and just wonderful, wonderful songs, music. It's on Broadway as well. But those are the contexts I'm going with Dorothy, okay? And also Glinda is actually good in those films. So that's the context I'm going with. Bruce Leroy is from The Last Dragon. It's kind of a cult classic now. It's very quirky about martial arts, but it says a lot about, kind of moving, like I'm talking about today, moving from self-doubt to self-belief and understanding that, the power, the strength, the courage, the clarity, the confidence, the sense of purpose that you're seeking. And we often seek from an external source, right? External validation. Can we mute? Make sure everybody's on mute. Make sure you're on mute. Thank you so much. But the external things that we're looking for validation, and we forget that it's actually already within us. It's already within us. And we've talked about this today through Uma and Dina. Deanna was talking about that as well. It's within us already. And you can call it different things, as we were saying. You can call it your instinct, your intuition. If you're from a religious or faith perspective, you could call it the spirit or your Holy Spirit, right? It is already within you. And there's really nothing, you don't have to do a lot. You just have to know. But what happens to us is like what happened to these characters is that you're taking in all these sources, and you have these limiting beliefs, right? We have these limiting beliefs where we go, me? I can't be that person. I can't be that person that achieves something to this greatness, right? In these films, they're all conquering something very, very much more power. They believe more powerful than them because it's just scary and fearful. But they do conquer it because they already had it within them. Okay. And so with these characters, like I said, Bruce Leroy, he's wants to find this master, master. And so he knows how to then align his mind, body, and soul. He gets to this source of enlightenment, right? In which you get this glow, right? And he's looking for that throughout the film until he realizes it is already within him. He is a master as well. And we'll talk about that more later. And we have Willow Offgood, who is from the film Willow, and he's from a group of people, I guess maybe a race of people called the Nelwyns. And the Nelwyns are kind of short-statured, peace-loving, communal, very spiritual folks in this world that is very kind of treacherous at this time and being overtaken by this evil witch. There's a lot of evil witches, and I don't know, we may need to examine that, unpack why is the woman always the evil witch, right? And try to destroy everything. But we can unpack that another day. But there's the evil witch Bathmorda who's trying to like just rule over and crush out, I guess, good, right? And then we have Chihiro, or Sin, from Spirited Away, who's on a journey to save her parents and to remember who she is deep down so she can free them. But what I realized with all of these things and how my brain works is that for some reason, these films, I found so much inspiration of them recognizing that the journey was actually just a process, that the power was already within them. And we see that in the films, it's actually even said to them. But what they were lacking was self-belief. And the self-belief is, make sure everyone has muted themselves. That the self-belief is a deep acknowledgement that you possess wisdom, resilience, and unique strengths that you can draw on in any situation. You trust that you are capable despite the circumstances, and you remember who you are, and trusting that your inner resources are real and reliable. And really, that is all that they lacked. What they had in common was their journey, but also what they had in common was their low self-belief or lack of self-belief, their self-doubt, right? And the limiting beliefs that they had, where Dorothy was like, in these films, they're just supposed to be young women, like teenage girls, really. I'm just a teenager. Not only that, I'm like this person from this other parallel universe or land or something, and I'm not like some powerful like wizard or witch, I'm just this girl, right? And then with Bruce Leroy, he's like, I can't be a master. I look a certain way. I don't perform in the way or show up in the way that Sho'nuff does, which is the villain. He always wears red and he's very tall and huge and he has minions that go behind him and do his bidding. And he's like, I'm not like that. So can I be a master? And then Willow even says, I'm small even for a Nelwyn, right? And so he continues to doubt himself because of his limiting beliefs. And then Chihiro is also a child as well. So there's always the belief that we think that those things are limiting us, but they're not, right? And so, and specifically, like I was saying, they're even told specifically in the films, you already had it in you. You just had to believe. You could have gone home. And which with Glenda, it was like, well, why didn't you tell me at the beginning, woman? Right? Right. But she said, but if I did tell you, you still would have not really believed me. You had to go through this journey in order for you to see these things in yourself, that you are courageous, that you have a certain level of strength, that you have compassion, you have knowledge, you can be victorious. But you had to go through this to understand that you already had it. Right. And so Glenda says to her, you've always had the power, my dear. You just had to learn it for yourself. And then in The Wiz, and there's a central song that Dorothy sings about home. She said, and Glenda the Good Witch in The Wiz says, home is knowing, knowing your mind, knowing your heart, knowing your courage. If we know ourselves, we're always home, anywhere. Right. And so they're giving messages throughout the films that they actually are very powerful. And Willow, like I was saying before, Willow even said, you know, I'm small for a Nellen, but Willow also had like so within their community, there is very spiritual. They have a spiritual leader called the High Aldwin. And the High Aldwin is sort of their, you know, spiritual uh that I guess guide and mentor in their communities. And he has apprentices or apprenti that he appoints, I think, every year, every few years. And Willow is one of those people who wants to be an apprentice. And so he does a test every year. The High Aldwin does a test. And this is the scene where he does this test where he says, the High Aldwin says, he holds up his hands and he says, select the finger that wields the power to control the world. So High Aldwin holds up his hand, and all the other people pick a finger from the High Aldwin, and he's like, no, no, no. Willow pauses. He kind of thinks. He kind of looks around, and then he kind of hesitates, breathes, and then picks a finger of the High Aldwin. And later, the High Aldwin kind of talks to Willow and says, like, what were you thinking? You kind of paused. What was going on with you? And Willow said, I was going to pick my own finger. And High Aldwin said, you would have been right. You would have been right, Willow. Why do you doubt yourself? And he says, you failed. You should have listened to your instincts. You should have picked your own finger. Right. And so, Willow goes on this journey, and it made me think about too that, I am a Christian, and I think specifically, and I think about this person in the Bible a lot, Gideon. And Willow saying, I'm small even for Nelwyn. And he was bullied by some folks in his community as well. And it made me think about Gideon and how he said, I am the lead. When God tapped him to overcome the people that were oppressing them, I think it was called the Midianites that were oppressing them, Gideon said, me? Like me? I'm supposed to lead the people? He said, I am the least of my tribe of people, and my tribe of people is the smallest tribe in this area, and we're actually the most oppressed, right? And he's like, it can't be me. And God said, yes, it is you, and it's you because I said it's you. And go forth now, right? And so I think that happens to us in life, but we're doing it to ourselves. We're allowing our own limiting beliefs, our own self-doubt to keep us from really stepping into who we are, our power, our destiny. All these people were victorious because of what they already had within them, even if they didn't go on these journeys. But these journeys allowed them to know who they really were, right? So I want you to pause for a moment, and I want you to think of a time. Has there been moments when you doubted your instincts or your inner strengths regarding a particular situation? And how did that doubt impact your actions? So I'll just give you a minute to think about. And if you want to share, you can share it in the chat if you would like. If you just want to think about it, this may be some time just to think. But if there's been moments when you doubted your instincts or your inner strengths regarding a particular situation, and how did that doubt impact your actions? Okay. And I actually can't see the chat, but so if anyone says anything to the chat, if someone can read it for me, that'd be great.
I think they're all journaling right now.
Ooh. Uma, your background is a little fuzzy.
My background?
Yeah, when you come on, it's just a little
On my video, my profile?
when you're talking, when you come off mute. Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm keeping an eye on YT, TikTok, Meet Me.
Yeah.
So Carrie from TikTok said, my spiritual journey has helped me overcome a lot of self-doubt.
Excellent. Yeah. Okay. For time's sake, because I had some technical difficulties, I'll keep it moving.
Right.
But think about this, and you can journal it, write it down for yourself, come back to it as you think about this concept of self-doubt and self-belief. Okay. And so when we think about Bruce Leroy, like you were saying, he was very disciplined. He studied martial arts. His whole journey was looking for this great master. And also his sensei actually kind of took him on like a wild goose chase because the sensei was trying to tell him from the beginning, like, you have it in you. It's already there. Like you have everything you need to be at that master level, to be at that level of enlightenment. But he didn't believe it for himself. So he said, okay, go do this thing. So he sent him on a journey because that's what he kind of needed. And by the end, he's in this face off with Shonuff. And I tried to find an image with Shonuff and Bruce Leroy. And I want to preface this, y'all. You're hearing the names. This movie is super quirky. It's like it's so camp. It's a funny movie. It's also 1980s. There's some things and language and references they use that now we're like, no, we don't do that. We don't do that anymore. But it is a great film and great life lesson about, overcoming self-doubt to be victorious and to thrive in life. So, he is fighting with Shonuff, right? And of course, like a lot of what we see in films is that the hero is not winning. He's being overtaken by the villain. And then, of course, he comes back after he kind of thinks about all of his life experiences. He thinks about how people view him, what people have said, thinks about himself. He gets the power back and he actually glows, that glow he was looking for. And Shonuff, who is, he's this tall guy, he's wearing red, he has this, thing about him. And he said, who's the one and only master? And Bruce Lloyd comes back and he says, I am. And he's so much more powerful than Shonuff. And Shonuff is like, he is dumbfounded about how strong Bruce Leroy is. He was like, what is happening? And Bruce Leroy like kicks his butt, right? He's out for the count. And he realizes, and his whole demeanor changes. And he's like, I'm the master. And he goes, he defeats everybody. And he moves differently now because he knows it's already within him. Right. And it's a great film. And then lastly, Sin Her Chihiro and Spirited Away is an anime film. She goes on a journey to save her family. And a key to her being free is remembering who she is and also remembering a good friend of hers throughout, him remembering who he is. Haku remembers that he's actually like a water spirit and that they are free of this another evil witch, Yababa, who just basically enslaves people and steals their name so they don't remember who they are. Because if they remember who they are, that's where you draw your strength and your knowledge, and your power. So she doesn't want them to remember. And they also remember the love they have for people. But it is the love that she has for family, for the whole community around her, the people that are working for Yababa, that frees everybody. And she does it, and she's the 10-year-old girl. And in this movie, you see time and time again, she had more sense than everybody in this film. Because these adults, you're like, this little girl got more sense than everybody combined. And she makes it happen. She frees her family. And even in the film, there's a time where Haku, which is her friend, the water spirit, says, you have to believe in yourself. And she says, strength comes from within. Because at some point she says, I'm not afraid anymore. I'm not afraid of Yababa. I'm not afraid of situations. I'm not afraid anymore. And she's like, I'm going to do this. And she knows that strength comes from within. Okay. Okay. So another question for you to just journal. When have you surprised yourself with your own strength? What did that situation reveal about you? Okay, write that down. When have you surprised yourself with your own strength? What did that situation reveal about you? Okay. As you're doing that, I want to briefly and quickly go through some beliefs and actions to cultivate self-belief. Okay. Schedule and prioritize time for self-reflection. And Uma and Deanna have talked about this as well, the importance of time for reflection, because this will help build your self-awareness, right? And also, so pray, meditate, like they said, movement, journaling, whatever allows you to be in a place where you're really starting to think about who you are, like what you're doing, and if what you're doing lines up with what you want to do, what your values are, what brings you joy, what gives you energy, right? So schedule time for that, and also to make sure you're always just checking in with yourself. Okay, practice self-compassion and positive self-talk. Deanna, I'm sorry, I think I'm pronouncing it right incorrectly, but she was saying that Danae. Danae, thank you so much, Danae. I apologize, Danae. Danae, like, hype yourself up. Like she was saying, talk to yourself like you talk to your friend. Like, no, girl, you look good. Yes, you can do this. Yeah, like what is keeping you, those limiting beliefs, what is keeping you from doing what you're doing? And a lot of times when you verbalize it, why you're not doing something, you're like, oh, that's kind of silly. Like, right? Because if I had a friend, I'd be like, go do that. You got it. You got it. So practice self-compassion and positive self-talk. Live your core values. What are your values? What are you really like? Integrity, authenticity, compassion. If those are the things, is your life lining up in that way? Okay. Spend time with people who affirm you and encourage your authenticity. I was just talking about that before. What we realized, and what Sarah was saying too about the friendships ending, that, and then Uma was saying about like not letting, certain people drain your energy, the toxicity of some people. That is true. Because if you're surrounding yourself constantly with people who are just not like affirming, and encouraging and, positive folks, then it does bring you down. And it also makes your norm becomes that, because everyone around you is like that. That becomes the norm. And you don't realize after a while, like, it doesn't have to be this way. All right, I'm gonna keep going because I'm time. Practice a growth mindset. So think about it this way. It's a yet mindset. Mistakes are just practice for future success. I know Jenny recently posted about this. Yeah, what is failure? Is failure, it's how you look at it, right? Sometimes something doesn't go that great, but you've learned for the next time, right? You've learned. Okay, celebrate wins along the way. Yeah, sometimes we wait until this, like, what we consider milestone and pivotal moments to celebrate. But sometimes it can be like, hey, I celebrate that I'm eating less sugar. I celebrate that, I went for a 10-minute walk instead of a 5-minute walk. Like, celebrate everything along the way, because you're doing more than what you think you are. You're doing good. And sometimes we don't realize that about ourselves. And also remember, like in Chihiro, she had to remember deep down who she was. She had to remember. And so I don't have time for this, but I wanted to say, when I was younger, when I was like, 6 or 7 years old, I wanted to be a comedian, a model, and a journalist. Why? Because I was operating from a place of knowing. I knew I was funny. Hopefully I've been a little bit funny today. I knew I was funny, a model. I had a distinctive look, right? And I was like, I'm disciplined. I think I can, be a model from what I've seen. And I wanted to be a journalist because I love to write, and I love to write about people and their experiences and a complexity of humanity. And I'm showing this image of George Jefferson from the Jeffersons because we used to watch reruns. Me and my sisters used to watch reruns when we were younger. And I literally used to strut around like George Jefferson because I felt like, he had this confidence and he was like, I'm a shorter statured man. I'm going bald. I was from the projects, but now I'm in a deluxe apartment in the sky. And you couldn't tell George Jefferson nothing. And you couldn't tell me nothing. And I have some family members that I think are on here and they know you couldn't tell me nothing. When I was 6 or 7, I was fearless. I was funny. You couldn't tell me I wasn't the baddest thing walking in the supermarket, right? And so I want us to get back to that. I want you to get back to your comedian model journalist, right? And I think there's a time where I'll do some journaling and I'll go back to these questions for you because of time right now. But I want to close it out with thank you because of my time. I need to move forward, but I want to thank you so much for your time. I want to thank you for listening to me and listening to the way my brain works and how I connect films and life with our own lives and how we can empower ourselves, right? And know that we have it within ourselves to achieve anything we want to achieve, even if there's external sources like people, situations, and you may have been through some things. I've been through some things in life, really some things, right? Not things, but things. But you keep going. You keep going. Right. Okay. So thank you so much. Stay connected with me. I'm doing online coaching. I'm doing 2 programs in the spring, one called Reclaiming Your Muchness and another for teams called Connect, Line, and Thrive. I'm going to start some monthly webinars where you get to chat with me, talk about different leadership and personal growth principles. Also to, if you want me to work with your team to facilitate some type of leadership developments or personal growth session, I am here. So thank you so much. I'll put these in the chat. So if you're interested in my online coaching sessions that start in February, you can fill out this interest form I have here. The QR code is that if you're ready to register, if you're like, I love me some Greta and I want to start an online coaching program with her, then it's here. Also, too, you can follow me on LinkedIn, Instagram, or just email me and say, hey, what's going on? And I'll talk to you and we can figure out how we can work together and be in connection. So that is me. And I thank you so, so very much for your time. And I thank Uma as well. And I just appreciate being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Greta. All right, I'm going to remove your pin. Guys, we are officially on our lunch break. We have a 30-minute lunch break, so I will pause the recording. Just somebody please remind me when we come back to put the recording back on so that people at home can get it. We are going to let you guys go. You can go, you can, keep in the chat, you can leave the chat, whatever you'd like to do. Myself and Danae is going to take over this 30-minute break. So for those of you that stay, I have a cute little activity to do for 15 minutes. And then Danae is going to just, for 15 minutes, have some soothing sound bath meditation. All right? Okay. Let me pin myself. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. By the way, Greta, you got some great comments from TikTok. A lot of people said you were a great speaker and they completely enjoyed your talk. Can I do it this way? I don't really like looking at myself. There we go. Whoever's still here, if you want to put your camera on, you can put your camera on and then that way we can see who's still here. I want to let you guys know, after Danae's talk, I wanted to say that Danae and I usually do every February a self-care retreat. So if anybody is local to the DMV area, DC, Maryland, Virginia, or if you want to fly in or if you want to come in, we've had that happen before, please feel free to DM me, reach out to me, or reach out to Danae. We can give you the details. It's a very small retreat. It's a one-day retreat. It's only open to 10 people, and just reach out to us and we can give you the information. Basically, it's first come, first serve. Whoever the first 10 people sign up, it's a curated wellness retreat, okay? And it's about self-care and self-love. I probably am also going to be planning a summit in February a self-love, self-care summit. So if any of my speaker friends would like to be part of that summit, you guys also hit me up in the comments. All right, so I thought what I could do as an activity is pick a word for 2026. You guys saw the affirmations I did earlier when I was giving people affirmations. I'm going to use those same cards. Have you guys come up with your word for 2026? I came up with my word, but this could be like a secondary word to your main word. All right. So what we'll do is we'll have someone unmute, put their camera on, and be willing to have a conversation with me. We'll shuffle the cards, we'll pick a card for you, and then we'll discuss it. How do you feel about your spirit guides picking that word for you? You know, is it something that you do a lot of and they're just saying, yes, this is who you are? Or is it something that you need to invite into your life? So can I have my first volunteer? Jenny. Thank you, Jenny. All right, unmute, Jenny, unmute.
I'm unmuted.
Okay, so I know how to, like, there's a way to not pin this, but whoever's talking gets to take up the screen, right? How do we do that?
That I don't know, but it's okay.
All right, okay, so let's see what card comes up for Jenny, and then we will discuss it. Maybe I could pin myself when I'm doing the card and then unpin. That's what I could do. I felt one try to flip just now. And for whoever is gone for lunch, please be back at 1 o'clock. We have Laurie as our next speaker. Laurie's going to be our next speaker at 1 o'clock. All right. Your card
What's my
for
card?
2026.
Mm-hmm.
You are generous.
Ooh.
So let's dissect this word. I will stay open to receiving good and generously giving good. What does that mean for you as the word for 2026?
Actually, it's really exciting because I've been applying for other speaking gigs and launching workshops to try to give to people and try to heal them from things they've gone through. So I think that kind of aligns with what my plan is going forward for the year.
Yeah, there you go. Well, thank you so much, Jenny, for playing. That is your word
Thank
for
you.
2026. All right, I saw Sarah had her hand up, so let's do Sarah next. If you guys want one, just put your hand up or put it in the chat and I will do it for you. And those of you that are watching on TikTok, you can play too, for sure. All right, Sarah, what is the word for 2026 for Sarah? All right, Sarah, you are resilient. Failures do not define you. They fuel your growth. Let's hear from Sarah how that resonates for her as she moves into 2026.
Honestly, Uma, this is actually one of my keynotes. So, resilience, it is. It's one of those things that, no one has a perfect life, right?
Right.
And I have been in ups and downs and roller coasters. I've hit rock bottom. I've built myself back up. And it's building confidence in yourself. And that's one of the biggest things is I think, for me, I am totally different than I was probably about 15 years ago. I hit rock bottom about 15 years ago, and um, it was, I
I
mean,
don't hear them.
financially, emotionally, everything. And I moved to DC, and everything kind of changed. That's a huge
I'm
thing
trying to
to
listen
tell.
to the video. I can't hear it.
Um, So anyways, yeah, so I moved. That's a big thing for anybody else to do, but I had to do it. I had to get out of a terrible relationship. I had to get out of a financial terrible relationship as well. And I just started rebuilding and it can happen. I'm living proof of resilience that, where I am right now is just moving up. It's just confidence in myself, even when I doubt myself. Uma, when I met you and Greta and Lori in September at our conference, I remember you're the first person I walked up to, and I was like, wow, like, I don't know if I could do this. And you're like, oh, girl, I've been doing this for like 16 years. You got this. And now look at us. Like a couple months later, we are in this spot. And Greta, yeah, and it's just like, it was just amazing, right? And so I think resilience is just like you have to look at your failures, know that, that's going to happen no matter what. It doesn't matter what age you are. And as long as you keep moving forward, have the confidence in yourself and know what your full potential is. I'm not there yet. I'm not at my full potential, but every year I work at it. So
So
again, it's one of my keynotes, and I love helping other people, especially women, to see what their potential is and see that, hey, we're all resilient. And one of the biggest things too is we've all made it through our hardest days. And those hard days, I've heard in this whole day, I mean, we've had lots of failures. We've had cancer. We've had other diseases. We've had really bad things happen to us, and we're still here. So that's every one of you is resilient to be able to be sitting here right now. So thank you, Uma. I appreciate that.
you're welcome. That was so amazing. And from TikTok, Sweet Sunshine said, "So happy you made it out and you have received your blessings." They
Oh,
really
thank you.
identified with that. All right, Marcy, I see you. Marcy, you are next. So let's go ahead and get a word for Marcy. My, there's a couple that fell out, but this top one. All right, Marcy, for 2026, you are confident. I know it's kind of blurry. I think it's my lighting. Release the need to be in control, trust in the process, and that everything is unfolding in divine timing. What does that mean for you, Marcy?
Um, it's a great reminder that I can't control anything. I can control how I feel, but I
Yes.
can't control the world around me. And I'm a control freak. So, so, um, you know, just learning that divine intervention is it's better to give it up than to try and control, because when I control things or try to, that's I don't get the full picture. But when I let things go, um, they go much smoother.
Wow. You got a lot of resonance in TikTok. People are saying yes.
Oh,
That was awesome. Thank you so much. That is your word for 2026. You are confident.
thank you.
All right. I see Monica. Monica, I see you. So I'm going to do yours next. Okay. Let's see. What is Monica's word for 2026? All right, Monica, you are inspired. You are inspired. Your voice, words, and ideas matter. The world needs the magic that is inside of you. How does that resonate for you, Monica? You can unmute if you'd like.
Um, I don't know. I'm actually happy to hear. I gave myself my word for myself was uh, focus and yeah, focus and inspired. It sounds like a good duo. And Danae, I totally agree what you explained, and I can relate with you. I have in the last 2, 3 years, I have a lot of dears and nears. They transition from this planet, and that started my journey of self-discovery too. And I think I'm gonna own this word inspired in my coming 2026 journey of self-empowerment. And I'm actually educated by profession, so probably on my journey I will empower a lot along with myself. So yeah, thank you.
Beautiful. Danae, maybe you can in private chat to her, or to everybody in here, actually, send them the link to your next upcoming grief support group, because Danae does online grief support at Lotus, and that would be good to connect.
Absolutely.
All right, I see Laurie, I see Fancy. I'm going to go to Laurie next, then Fancy. All right, Laurie, let's see what your word is. Laurie, you are compassionate. Every person in your life is either a lesson for you or you are the lesson for them. What does that mean for you for 2026?
Very interesting. Not what I would have expected,
Right.
but it's definitely something that, one of the things I've been talking about of, I tend to care for people. I'm a caregiver for for everyone. That's one of my superpowers, is taking care of people and taking care of, like, not just basic needs, but really what they really want. And I'm not great at the other end, the receiving. So I think that may be something where, these messages for me, compassionate, is that not just having compassion for everybody else, but allowing people to have compassion for me and doing a little of taking care of me. So
Beautiful. And that self-care thing comes up a lot, I feel, especially for those of us that are healers. Because, like Danae and I are actual healers where we lay hands on people. But all of us that are speaking, all of us that are watching, we're healers in our own right, whether it's through our words or our actions, right? So self-care is huge. All right, I see Fancy, then Leonta. So Fancy, this is for you, Fancy. I'm going to stop in 3 minutes to make sure that Danae has time to do some sound bath for 10 minutes before we bring Laurie on as a speaker. Fancy 2026, you are thriving. Your life is abundant. That seems to get to the point. What does that mean for you, Fancy? Where is she? There she is. I can't find her. There she is. Yeah, you don't have to come on screen, but if you want to unmute.
Okay. I'm look, I'm not sure. I'm ready, and I'm open and I'm accepting to this.
Perfect. She's like, I'm ready to receive whatever that may be. All right, Leonta, you are next. What is Leonta's word for 2026? Let's see. You are vibrant. I love this for her. I just did her soul plan reading too. You are vibrant. You honor your boundaries and radiate confidence for 2026. What does this mean for you, Leonta? Oh, you got to unmute yourself.
Sorry. Definitely. So, following our soul plan reading, this definitely resonates with me.
Yeah.
Setting boundaries is a really big thing for me. But I also feel like the vibrancy part is me doing the internal work, coming to these summits and seminars, and I just signed up for your Lotus workshop and things like that. So I definitely feel like I'm doing what I need to do for the right direction for me to really thrive in 2026. But setting boundaries is like definitely a big thing.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah. So thank you.
You're welcome. All right. I think that's it. I think I got everybody. So I'm going to turn it over to Danae. We're still on break until 1 p.m. and then we're going to have Laurie as our next speaker. So Danae, take us away and, get us there.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you're having an amazing lunch break. I hope you are receiving some great information that you can apply. And right now, you can just relax yourself. You can continue doing what you like, or you can close your eyes and just melt into your chair. And I will send you off with some heart chakra 432 hertz. I may also say some affirmations as we do this. If not, it'll just be quiet with you and your thoughts. Focusing on your breath. Slow breath in through the nose and release through the mouth. I love myself unconditionally. I love myself unconditionally. I love myself unconditionally. I open my heart to the purest form of love. I open my heart to the purest form of love. I open my heart to the purest form of love. I speak my truth from a place of love to myself and others. I speak my truth from a place of love to myself and others. I speak my truth from a place of love to myself and others. I am love. I am love. I am love. Welcome back. Bye,
Awesome.
guys.
Thank you, Danae. Woo! How was everyone's lunch? Uma is on it today. I remembered to press the recording button. All of you who are watching this recording, yes, I'm with it. All right, we are moving right along because we don't want to use up any of these amazing, incredible speakers' times. Our next speaker is Laurie McDowell. Dr. Laurie McDowell. Dr. Laurie McDowell likes to say she traded chemical reactions for human ones. With a PhD in chemical engineering, she spent years studying catalysts. Now she is the catalyst, guiding business owners to spark extraordinary growth and live their purpose through done-for-you transformational retreats. Think of her as a retreat chemical engineer. She handles the logistics, planning, and design so leaders enjoy the reactions they desire. Deeper loyalty, stronger connections, and new revenue without the extra work. Her mission is to help people create extraordinary businesses and extraordinary lives fueled by gratitude, purpose, and impact. Today, Dr. Laurie McDowell is talking on purpose. And her title of her talk is Purpose as Your North Star. How many of us are excited right now that we're going to be talking about purpose, right? What if chasing goals felt less like a grind and more like an adventure led by your own North Star? When your purpose lights the way, clarity clicks, momentum flows, and life has a way of surprising you in the best possible ways. In this lively, interactive session, Laurie will help you tune into that inner guidance and realign your goals so they feel magnetic and not forced. You will leave feeling inspired, activated, and ready to let a little magic lead the way. If you guys are ready to welcome in Dr. Laurie McDowell, clap it up in the comments. Hi, Laurie.
Hi, Uma. Hello, everyone. So I'm so excited to be here. So I am going to jump right in with a few questions. So you can either raise your digital hand, you can put a yes in the chat, but I would like, do you want more impact? If it's a yes, raise your hand, put a yes in the chat.
Yes.
All right. Do you want more income? Raise your hand or put a yes in the chat. I know I do. And lastly, do you want more fun in your life? Raise your hand and put a yes in the chat. Now, those of you who didn't say yes, we'll talk after the session because there's something going on there. Since I think everybody wants more income, more impact, and more fun. But I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how you can do that. So just imagine that, every morning you jump out of bed and you're super excited to start the new day. And I'm going to share my screen while I get started on this because I have some slides and I like to use slides. So imagine you're so excited. Imagine that you have this amazing community of people that you love being around and they light up your light and you're just so comfortable. And amazing in your business, if you have a business or your own company that, you have clients that just want to buy from you before you even offer because they love being around you so much. This is all possible for you. And I'm going to show you how to do this in a minute. But I'd like, as Uma mentioned, my name's Lori McDowell, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about purpose as your North Star. But first, I would like to share why I do it, because what I do is not nearly as important as why I do it. I believe that ordinary people can create extraordinary change. And I believe that transformation happens when we all come together with intention. And I believe that our shared experience can create ripples that change the world. And based on that, my business is Done For You Retreats. I do retreats and events where I bring community together, I give transformation, and I help companies and people and attendees and hosts get more income, more impact, more fun, and really create communities that light them up. So that's what I do and why I do it. And I do want to thank you all for being here, because you invested in yourself, and less than 10% of the world global population invest in themselves. So you're already in the top 10%, and you're doing it on a Sunday. So I say that probably puts you in the top 1% right before the holidays. So thank you, acknowledging you. And I want to thank Uma. Like, I met Uma, I think we talked right after each other and at that Fearless Women Summit, and I just resonated with everything she said. I loved meeting her. It was like the universe brought us together. So I'm so grateful for Uma for hosting this so we could all get together again. So since we've got about 30 minutes, I want to tell you a little bit about myself and how I got to where I am and why I can talk about purpose. Today, I am an award-winning, best-selling international author. I have a book, my book, The Reinvention Mindset, and I have chapters in 5 other books. I am a TEDx speaker. I've spoken in 8 different countries. I lead retreats that all over the world. I've been to Fiji, this picture here. I just came back from a retreat in Honduras. I have a couple coming, one in Las Vegas, one in Asheville, North Carolina. I have a number coming. I do these for other people and for myself. And I basically get paid to travel and have an amazing time, which, like, how great is that? Yet it wasn't always like this. When I was, back growing up, no, anyway, life's an adventure. That's what I think today. Growing up, I came from this Italian North New Jersey family. We were very close. I like to tell people we were a lot like the Sopranos without all the murder. I mean, very similar in every way except for the violence and the death. And I had a happy childhood, and things really were going well. And then when I was a senior in high school, everything changed in a way. My younger sister, who was in 8th grade, ended up getting hit with a car. And she was in a coma for multiple months. We didn't know if she was going to make it. She did survive. She's in her 50s now. But her life was never the same. She has brain damage. She can't walk. She can't take care of herself. So that day, I kind of lost my sister. The future we planned wasn't there anymore. And I also, in some ways, lost my parents, at least for a short time, because they were no longer there for me. I had to go off to college on myself. Yet the one thing I learned that day was life was short, and that we should never put something off because tomorrow is not guaranteed. And based on that, I tried to live my life that way. Now, about a year later, I had another experience. I was driving home to visit my sister, my mother. My sister had come back from the hospital. It was about 9 months after her accident. I was driving home from college. I was in New Jersey on the New Jersey Turnpike, kind of near Newark Airport. Many of you may know that area. It's pretty busy. It was a Friday night. It was rush hour. It was pouring rain, and it was pretty dark. It was like, that time of year where it was just starting to be dusk, getting dark. And I was excited to get home. I was, young, 19, 20 years old. I was in the left lane, and I was driving probably faster than I should have for the conditions. The music was blaring. I remember it was Prince, Little Red Corvette was playing, and I'm bopping to the music. I knew my mom was making lasagna. I could almost smell it. It was like, oh, I couldn't wait to get home. I was going to see my sister for the first time since she got home from the rehab center, and I was really excited. And all of a sudden, I hit a puddle, and my car started to skid. And I kept thinking like, okay, I can stop this. What do? I learned this in driver's ed. I know I don't brake. I think I step on the gas and I turn into the skid, and I'm trying to remember what to do. And it didn't work. And I started spinning. And all I could think as my car started spinning and I had no control was, God, please don't let me die. Please don't let this be bad. My parents can't lose another child. And I just didn't want to have a bad accident because I knew my mom and dad couldn't handle it. And I started seeing my life flash behind my eyes. I'm facing into oncoming traffic. It felt like hours. No, it was probably about 10 seconds. And I was just bracing for impact, thinking like, okay, please don't let it be so bad. And suddenly I found myself on the right shoulder. I was facing forward. And I really kind of looked around like, what happened? Am I dead? No, I seem fine. And then I thought, oh my God, I must have caused a huge crash. I looked out and there was no big crash. Everything was fine. And at that moment, I said, I was saved. That was divine intervention. I was saved for a purpose. Now, I had no idea what that purpose was. And I spent the next 30 years looking for it, but I always knew I had a purpose. And then 30 years later, life went on. I always felt something was missing through those 30 years, and I never knew what it was. And I was fired from a corporate job in a horrible way. And as I was leaving that event, I was driving home, and I realized, I know my purpose. It's time to stop living in corporate and stop looking for it outside. My purpose is inside of me. My purpose is to live my best life, to be the extraordinary person I was created to be, and to help others do the same. So that's why I'm here, because I know my purpose, and I know your purpose too. I don't know the specifics, but I know your purpose is to be the most extraordinary you, the best you can be. So based on that, I came up with a 3-step process: power up your purpose, paint the possibilities, and prosper at the pinnacle. And this is a process I use in all my coaching. It's a process I use at my retreats. And today I'm just going to focus on purpose. We're going to talk about power up your purpose. So I want to start with a little exercise just so we can see how we think has so much to do with the world, with the way we live. So I would like you to all look around you and look for the things around you that are blue. My screen background example, but wherever you are, there's probably blue things around you. And make a list in your head of all those things that are blue. Take about 10 or 15 seconds. Try to come up with 5 to 10 things that are blue that are around you. So, you've got, I'm wearing a blue flowers on my shirt. There's blue in my picture. So I've given you 3 already. I'm sure there's a few more around you. Okay, good. Now I would like you all to close your eyes. Okay, keep your eyes closed, no peeking. And while your eyes are closed, I'd like you to look around and identify, or not look around, but to think about what's around you and to identify things that are red. Keep your eyes closed and just try to think, what's red? Is there red around me? Give you another 10 seconds. Try to come up with things that are red. Okay, now go ahead and open your eyes and look around and see if there's red you missed. If you are like most people, you've probably missed a lot of the red. There was probably red things around you and you haven't even seen them because you were thinking of blue. And this exercise is really to show us that we find what we look for. And that happens in life, that happens everywhere. You buy a new car and say you buy a Toyota and suddenly there's Toyotas all over the road that you never noticed before because you're looking for that. And that means when we look for all the things that are holding us back, all the reasons why we shouldn't do something, all the mistakes we made, all the fears we have, we're going to find those. And the good part is when we look for our purpose, when we look for all the amazing things we can do, when we look for all the ways we've succeeded and all the things we can celebrate, we're going to find that too. So that was just kind of a mindset to get you into the right state of mind as we go into power up your purpose. Now, I want to talk, your purpose is very similar to your why. And your why is really what guides everything you do. Your why is inherent in you. It's in your heart. It's in your soul. It's in your spirit. And it's what's the why you do things. Simon Sinek said, people don't buy what you do. They buy what you why. They buy why you do it. And Viktor Frankl, one of my favorite authors, he wrote Man's Search for Meaning. He says those who have a why to live for can bear with almost any how. And he studied concentration camp victims, and he found that those that did survive, what they all had in common was they had this deep why inside of them. They had this purpose. And because of that, nothing that happened outside of them could really affect them because they could bear with anything because they had that why. So I am going to share one of my favorite videos, if it works, on why. It's about a 4-minute video, so I'm going to just play this. Now, can I ask, can you hear that? Somebody let me know if you could hear the mute sound or not.
Yes.
You can hear it? Great. Okay.
Yes.
The key is to what? The key is to know why. Because when you know your why, you have to know what your why is.
It is fuzzy, Lori.
It's not easy to know your purpose. What? They go out the first key. What?
It's distorted.
This is the confidence of the time.
I don't know why it stopped.
Lori, it's not coming in very clear, unfortunately.
It's not.
Someone said you can mute yourself. Maybe that'll help.
Pause it a minute and see if I can figure out why it's. Is it the voice that's off, or is it just not loud enough?
It's loud enough, but it's he's very gargled. It just seems very distorted, that's all.
Interesting. Let me try muting myself. Any better? Yeah, I can't mute me because that mutes him.
Yeah, no, I think it might just be the platform we're on.
If you want, Laurie, you could drop this link in the chat and then let me screen share and see if I can do it.
Yeah, let me stop the share. I'm gonna try one more time just to make sure. Sometimes
Okay.
if I optimize it for sharing, it might work better. Optimize video for sharing. Try one more time.
No, it's still muffled.
Can you hear it now?
Oh, that's better.
That bro could sing. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Now, what you give me the version is if your uncle just got out of jail, you got shot in the back when you was a kid. I'm just saying, let me see the hood version real quick, if you know which version I'm talking about. Just see if that exists. Let me see what you got. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved like me. Right now I'm found, was blind, but now I see. So here's the thing. The first time I asked him to sing, he knew what he was doing. The second time I asked him to sing, he knew why he was doing it. When you know your why, your what has more impact because you're walking in or towards your purpose.
So I love that video because I think it truly shows how your purpose has so much to do with everything you do. And when you know your why, everything just has more impact. But there's actually a very practical reason why your purpose works too, because you have your purpose, you have your values. And, we talked a lot about earlier, some of the speakers talked about your unconscious mind and how your intuition. That's where your purpose lives. That's where your values live. They live in your unconscious mind. And if we think about it, our conscious mind, that's our goal setter. That says the desired behavior we want. We might say we want to, achieve this goal. We want to work out every day. That's our goal setter. But our goal getter is our unconscious mind. So if the goals we're setting are not aligned with our values, then we're going to get stuck. We're going to have resistance. Our unconscious mind is going to stop us from achieving those goals. I worked with a client who had this goal to be a vice president in her company, and she finally achieved it. She got this vice president job, and it had a lot of money and a lot of prestige. Yet it made her travel 50% of the time. It took her away from her family. She had to work long hours. And once she achieved the job, she hated it. She couldn't do it. She was failing miserably, and she felt she really hurt her self-esteem. She felt like it was all about her. And we worked on looking at what her values were, what her purpose was. And it realized that, her purpose was to make a difference in the world through her family and through her community. So her values were to spend time with her family and to raise her kids to be great people and to really give back to her community. So this goal of being a vice president and this job she got took her away from that purpose. They were directly unaligned, and that's why she failed. She ended up leaving that job and getting another job where she had regular hours. She was home with her kids every weekend. She was able to do community events, had flexibility, and she loved it. She did amazing. She was still a vice president, but it was now her goals and her values were aligned. And that's really where the magic happens. Which leads me to the concept of resistance, because resistance is when your goals and your values are not aligned. And it shows up as things like stress and overwhelm, exhaustion, things being hard, when you just feel like you don't want to do it, lack of inspiration. Your values are what you do. And anything that doesn't align with your values, your body is going to resist. And these are signs that you might want to say, are my goals aligned with my values? If you're finding a lot of resistance, the universe wants to make it easy. My picture here, and I've got
That was easy.
my easy button. I keep it here as a reminder, because when things are really hard, chances are we're out of alignment, and it could be that our values and our goals are not aligned. So it's worth looking at. So that's why it's so important to know what your purpose is. Now, I have a purpose exercise I'm going to share. We don't have time to do it today, but I'm going to put the link in the chat so you can all do it, maybe on a break or over the weekend, over your Christmas, your holiday break. But I recommend you all do this and get your value statements, because it makes such a difference. So I'll put the link in the chat and Zoom, and I'll ask Uma to share it on all the other platforms, TikTok and YouTube and such. But it's called a core values exercise. And I'm going to give you the directions will be in the link, but it's a list of words. And what you want to do is you look at all those words, and you kind of pick out which ones resonate with you. And you want to do this rather quick. You don't want to think about it. You want to just look at the words, and if a word resonates with you, you circle it. And then you're going to group all the words together in the list and come up with at no more than 5 groups of words. And then for each group, you're going to pick the word that represents the label for the entire group. You're going to add a verb to that word to make a value. So like one of the words might be abundance, and that's the word that means. And your verb would be live in abundance. And that's one of your values. And you're going to do everything that does that. And then you're going to share your core values with everyone you know, post them where you see them every day, maybe put them on social media, and make a commitment to live your core values. Because when you do this, you're really going to find everything becomes easier. Your life, things you want will come to you because you're living in your purpose, you're living your why, and things are easier. So I'm going to attach a PDF document or a Word document, and it's about a 15 to 20 minutes. And I just want to give you an idea of what the words are. So this is kind of a quick list of what all the words are. And if there's a word that really resonates with you, but it's not on this list, you can add it as well. So I'm going to share that after the talk in the chat, so you have that. And I recommend you do it because, like I said, once you know your purpose and you're committed to living your values, living that purpose, everything becomes easier and the universe gives you what you want. Things come to you because you're living in your purpose and you're making a difference in the world. And that's when you get more impact and more income and more fun and joy. I love this quote, and I do want to share it. It's when you recover or discover something that nourishes your soul and brings you joy, care about yourself enough to make it room for it in your life. And that's just something, self-love, often we don't think about it. We find things we love and we put them on the back burner. Make them central in your life because those things you love come from your values. They come from your purpose. And the more you do it, the more joy you're going to have and the more you're going to be walking in your purpose. I do want to end with this because you are all perfect. You're the perfect you. Nobody in the world is a better you than you. And I truly believe this. I know it. And I think when we are our true selves, we do tend to walk in our purpose. We do tend to, when we get rid of all that outside influence and everything, we are more likely to connect with our intuition, connect with our inner values and our purpose. So you're perfect. Take that with you. I do have a free gift here. It's called the Breakthrough Blueprint. This link here, I'll also put that in the chat, or if you just want to scan the QR code, that will take you. And it does have to do at retreats, but everything in here can be applied to any event, to anything in your life, to attending a retreat or to hosting a retreat. And then I want to mention, if you are thinking about a retreat, you want more income impact, and you think a retreat might help you, I help people do retreats so they get all the benefits, all the transformation, and they don't have to do all the work. So it's possible for anyone. This page here, yourextraordinarylife.net, is my link tree. It's got all the ways you can contact me. It has that free gift along with another couple free gifts if you'd like to look at that, and you can book a call with me, and I'll put that in the chat as well. Once more, this is the free gift I'm offering you today and the QR code. And like I said, the links are all on that link tree, so I will put that in the chat along with the values exercise. And I think I am just about out of time. So I am going to stop the share. I think I have 1 minute left if anyone has a question. But I hope you found that valuable. I hope you realize just how important knowing what your values are, knowing what your purpose is, and living from there, because it'll make your life easier. It'll make your life more fun, and it'll give you more impact. You'll jump out of bed every day excited. So thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Laurie. You guys, please clap it up for Laurie in the comments. That was amazing. Did you guys appreciate Laurie's talk? Purpose. Yeah. Wow. Thank you to everybody who's been sending me private messages that you guys love this retreat, this little summit. I feel like this is so important for us to do. As women, we're always the caregivers for everyone else. And we have to take some time. We have to take some time just for ourselves. So with that being said, we have a 15-minute break that goes until 1:45 p.m. If you choose to stay, we have Greta. Greta is going to take us through a journaling exercise. So I'm going to give it over to Greta.
Okay, thank you. Great to see everyone. Thank you so much, Lori. That was excellent. I really love that about your purpose and the point with the resistance piece. Yeah, sometimes we continue to try to forge ahead on something, even when it's just not working, right? And sometimes you have to let go and really say, what are my values? Who am I? And what's actually going to work for me? Okay, great. So we've had so much amazing information thus far. Like we were saying this morning, we're powerhouse women. We're providing really great and helpful life lessons here and actions that we can go by. So I was thinking what we could do is just take a minute to pause, and really start to think about and journal about our experience so far at Shaper Summit. So what I want you to do is with whatever you have with you to write down, to start to journal, if you have an actual journal, paper, if you even put things into a tablet or phone, that's fine as well. But take some time and start to really reflect on what we've talked about so far, right? And the sessions that we focused on so far are what are the three, and think about what are some takeaways, at least three takeaways from the sessions thus far. So Uma talked about spirituality and in particular spiritual development and how to like start off your day and how to kind of just prepare yourself for how you want your day and your life to go. And Danae talks about healing and about self-love, self-care, and self-development. I talked about abundance, where I really focused on the significance of self-belief and not operating from our limiting beliefs and our self-doubt. And also, Lori just talked about purpose and purpose being our North Star. So I just want to take a few minutes and start to journal about what are some takeaways from the sessions thus far: spirituality, healing, abundance, and purpose. So I'll give you a few minutes. I'll give you like three or 4 minutes just to reflect and to start to journal and write down three takeaways. And after 3 minutes, I'll check in with you and to see if anybody wants to share out. Okay, so it's been a little over 3 minutes. So I'm gonna stop the share for a second and see if anybody wants to come off mute, or if you want to add to the chat. What are some takeaways that you had thus far from the summit? What are some takeaways?
I'll just share something that I had wrote for healing. I wrote healing happens with forgiveness of self, others, and with actions guided by love.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Danae. Anyone else? What are some takeaways from the sessions thus far?
I'll share something I wrote on purpose. I wrote, knowing your purpose is powerful. It speaks to your soul. And once your soul has been touched, nothing stops you.
Yes. Thank you, Jenny. That's excellent. Anything else? You can put it in the chat. Any other takeaways from the sessions thus far? Okay. As you're thinking about that, I have another question for you, and you can continue to journal. So the question is, let me share my screen. So based on the sessions, what actions or behaviors are you going to start doing? And what actions or behaviors are you going to stop doing? Or if you know, maybe reduce, if you know you can't completely stop. So based on the sessions thus far, what actions or behaviors are you going to start doing? And what actions and behaviors are you going to stop doing or reduce? So again, I'll give you a few minutes to journal that, think about that, process it. And then if you want to come off mute or put it in the chat, what are some behaviors you're going to start? What are some behaviors you're going to stop or reduce? All right, you can continue to write, but if anyone wants to share, you can come off mute or you can put it in the chat. What are some behaviors or actions you're going to start, and what are some behaviors and actions you're going to stop or reduce after this summit, or like starting right now? Anybody?
I'll hop on again, Greta.
Thank you,
I
Jenny.
I am going to work on starting a Mary type morning routine because I have zero right now, and I think that will help get my mind more in alignment before I start my day.
Excellent. Yes. Yeah, I think for me too, I think I'm going to be more consistent with the movement part. It's been challenging since it's gotten colder because I really love to walk and ride my bike. And since it's become colder, I stopped riding my bike. And then because it got colder, there's certain days where I'm like, no, I'm not going outside.
You just need to bundle
So,
up.
right. Yeah, I can bundle up. But yeah, just finding another type of movement that, works for me. Because Uma, it was so insightful, and I didn't even think about it that way of just moving your body also because the circulation and things can get stagnant. And that's how you literally feel in your body, like this sort of like stagnant heaviness if you don't move around. So thank you for that. That was great. Like insight and guidance. So thank you for that. Anyone else? What are some behavior actions going to start? What are some ones you're going to reduce or try to stop? Anyone else? Just thinking, reflecting, and deep thought, everyone.
I'll go into like Jenny did. I think like some of the things to stop is it's silencing the inner critic, right? And I think one of the things is we are like, we can't do this because something inside of us is telling us like, no, we can't do this. We can't do what Uma's doing and get people to come on a Sunday and spend their time with us and learn, right? But you can, right? So I think that's one of the things is we all need to know that we have the confidence to be able to do what's in our mind. If you want to, if you want to do a summit like this, obviously, contact Uma and she will get this going for you if you don't understand like how she's doing on YouTube and TikTok and all that stuff and whatnot. But I think one of the things is I'm going to stop silencing the inner critic, and I've been in this business for quite a while and I still get that little feeling sometimes of, is this going to work? Will people resonate? Will I be able to help people? And my whole thing moving forward is if I can, out of this group right here on a Sunday, if one person can resonate, then I help somebody. So I think that's the biggest thing for
Thank
me.
you. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, I think, we all have that. And Yeah, and I do think for some reason we always feel like we're the only one, and we're not. Like always when we're feeling something or experiencing something or been through something in life, somebody else has been through that too. And I think once we talk about it, once we provide a platform to heal from it or process it or, be encouraged despite what we go through, it also helps someone else and they go, okay, I'm not the only one, right? And so that is always, I think, a positive and blessing to have in people's lives. Okay, Audra says continue daily writing practices and meditation. I will stop reaching for snacks out of boredom. Yes, yeah, the boredom snacking. Danae said stop procrastinating and start tapping into my resources. Yes, yes. Sometimes we get into analysis paralysis, as we say. We're just thinking, thinking, thinking. And sometimes you just got to do it. You just got to do it. Just do it. And it doesn't need to be perfect. We talked about this too. I think being perfect or having this perfectionist mindset keeps us from doing it. And sometimes, like as I was saying before, even if you're not amazing at it yet, um, that's the part yet, right? And who says what amazing is anyway? You set what amazing is. So, okay, I think we're at time 1:45. So thank you so much. But you have those questions and go back and continue to reflect on this experience and the talks and think about how you're going to move forward. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Uma, for this time. Thank you.
Okay. Uma, she probably might be having tough technical difficulty with the TikTok and the YouTube and the Zoom call. Does anybody else have any questions while we wait for Uma to come back? Or want to share anything from
I'm here.
you're here. Yay!
I was making a salad. I was listening though. I was listening. All right. Thank you so much, Greta. I appreciate that. All right. How's everybody doing? Don't fall asleep on us. Wake up. Okay. We prepared for months for this. So the least y'all could do is clap it up, drop some emojis, drop some comments, let us know you're still here. Thank you, Danae. Thank you. All right. Are we ready for our next speaker? Our next speaker is the incredible Jenny Handy. Let me pin myself. There we go. All right. So, Jenny is a leading expert in personal growth and development, passionate about empowering her clients to overcome obstacles, set meaningful goals, and cultivate the mindset needed to thrive. Through her engaging speaking engagements and transformative coaching programs, which we got a taste of earlier today, Jenny has inspired countless individuals to take charge of their destinies and reach new heights of fulfillment and achievement. She is the creator of the YouTube channel Unconventional Coach, the author of the guided personal development journal Be Your Own Hero, and a United States Navy veteran. Thank you for your service, Jenny. Today, Jenny is talking about expressions. Her talk title is The Power of You, Finding Confidence Through Self-Expression. Through stories and framework, Jenny will guide women to overcome low self-esteem and find their confidence again. They will learn how to appreciate and embrace their true selves. So please help me give a warm welcome to Jenny Handy.
Thank you, Uma. Let me share my screen for you. Hold on. That's not what I wanted to share. Just a second here. Okay. Can you see that? Okay, excellent. So thank you again. So women are very strong and powerful individuals. We go through life carrying the weight of the world on our shoulders, and we try to give to everyone else all the time, often at our own detriment. It really begins in childhood. In childhood is where we are mimicking the behaviors and the morals and values of those we see around us. I know my sister's on here today. Quick shout out. Whoop, love you. Hope you don't mind the pictures. So it's a happy time for a lot of people, but sometimes it's a little bit stressful. As a kid, you're really trying hard to fit in at school, fit in at home, fit in with your friends. We worry about it when we get it wrong. We celebrate things when we get it right. But childhood is really where our true selves start to be formed. Then we have our teenage years. Does anybody remember their teenage years with a bit of a frown? Yeah, it's really, really hard. We don't know who we want to fit in with. Do you want to fit in with the band people, the theater people, the jocks? There's so many, the popular kids, the not popular kids. There was a huge alt kid when I was a kid, There's all kind of stuff. And we are always buying clothes or buying things to try to fit in. We can start to change the way we talk or act because the way we think we are is not necessarily accepted by the cliques that we want to be a part of. Sometimes we've ended friendships to fit in with the in crowd, which is really a sad time, but even I did that once and I will never forget that. It's a difficult time in our lives. Now let's move on to college. The world is big, new, and confusing when you're in college. We start to shift and change to fit in as we find ourselves. We develop new thoughts and ideas with this newfound freedom that might not necessarily align with what we learned as children. It might change our values, it might change our moral compass. And we're easily influenced. For a lot of us, it's our first time out of the house. So we're around all these people. They're telling us to do certain things, try certain things. It seems good in our minds because we don't have another influence trying to redirect us back to what our true thoughts and opinions are. Some people will join sororities, other clubs on campus, and there's a lot more that goes into that. Again, you start to often have the same shared opinions and beliefs that that group has because that's what your circle of influence is. Then let's talk about the workplace. After college, or even not going to college, a lot of us go into workplace. You have to automatically give up part of your individuality, right? Because it's a professional atmosphere. So you can't always be that weird, quirky person that you want to be. And often we become two people. We become one person at work and one person at home. And that can get confusing when you're trying to really identify with who you are and who you want to be. And we start to push down our own individuality for the group. Can anyone relate to that? Pushing down who you really are, right? It can be really difficult. And we feel that discomfort deep within us, especially if there's a large difference between who you are at work and who you are at home. I know for me, I'm very much the weird, quirky person at home, but at work I felt a lot of pressure to be that super professional, put together person because I work in an office. And you're kind of looked over if you don't fit in with what that vibe is, right? So you're changing who you are, in a sense, to be in that workplace. And it can be really difficult letting go of who you want to be. So outside of work, let's think about our dating lives, right? I know for some of us it was a long time ago, but it happened way back then. How many of you ever felt pressured to dress, act, or talk a certain way because you wanted your first date to go so well, right? So again, yeah, you're changing who you are. And then at first, we shift our personality for that one first day, right? But if you've been really successful at shifting who you are for that first date, sometimes you perpetuate the cycle and you keep going because you want to build that relationship. You want to make it stronger, make it successful. And sometimes it just continues because we feel pressured to just keep up the idea of the us that we've put out to this person that we're on our date with. It feels easier to just keep that going than to admit who you really are and who you really want to be and what your hopes and dreams are. When we're sharing with people that we meet, sometimes what our hopes and dreams are can feel off-putting to another person, and we look out for their comfort, not our own. We really want that person to be comfortable in the conversation. So we hold back on what we really want to admit and what we really want to say. Some people move on there and get married, and that can bring more of the same. Many women will take on the hobbies of their spouse, either genuinely because they enjoy the hobbies or because they want that together time. So, for example, if you hated sports your whole life growing up, but your new spouse loves them, you'll often start to participate in those sports events because you either want to be with them or because you feel a desire to, share the experience, even though it's something you don't actually like. And the interesting thing about this is it's generally not done in the reverse. So the women will go along with their spouse's hobbies, joys, and interests, but you don't often see the husband doing the same thing. So again, we're changing who we are, maybe small ways, and that's not necessarily always bad, but once you start to change, it's a really slippery slope. And our roles in marriage and relationships can shift too. We might be the breadwinner and go to work, or we might stay home. We may put on a different face for our neighbors or our spouse's friends than who we are at home. It's not always bad, but we're changing and adapting to accommodate a part of our life. So even though you might have a happy, joyful relationship, you still kind of keep yourself silent, keep yourself quiet, because you don't want to alter the nice dynamic that you have going when you're in these relationships. And what if we have children? How many people have children? Raise your hands. So when you have children, you want to be the best mom, and your whole life becomes about your children. What can you do for them? What do they need? Where do they need to go? What do you need to buy for them? How do you need to take care of them? And before you know it, everything revolves around the children. I love my children to pieces, but when you focus your whole life on your children, you start to lose who you are, right? Has anybody ever been into the drop-off or pickup line and start to compare yourself to the other moms? I am very guilty of that. I've even been to school functions and I'm like, oh, I'm definitely the weird one in the room. I don't fit in with these popular moms, right? So then I start to question again, am I good enough to be here? Am I the right mom? I don't know. So we start to worry and start to stress over these things which are made up in our own minds about how we have to be and how we have to show up. And so it just keeps going and going from there. At every single stage of our lives, we are adjusting, shifting, and seeking to fit in. None of these things are bad individually, but we can easily lose our sense of self. And then at some point, we wake up, look in the mirror, and we say, who am I? Oops, well, whatever. So we start to question, are these really my interests? Do I really want this job? How much have I changed myself to fit in with someone else's idea of who I should be, right? This is the moment that our change begins. This is when we decide to start expressing our true selves. This is when we decide who we want to be and how we want to show up in the world. The decision to become the woman we want to be starts in that one small moment, the moment we are looking in the mirror. And that moment is when we begin to wake up. It's when we begin to claim ourselves again. It's when we begin to say, I matter to me. Personally, I've always loved the idea of not being what people expect me to be. I don't mind being the weirdo. I'm cool with that. You know, people tell me I'm scary and creepy and weird. That's okay. You know, I don't mind. Took me a long time to get there. Don't mind you. I was super not confident my whole first half of my life, but once I realized that I mattered to me, that's where everything happens, right? The small shifts began with decorating my office. I have like a creepy Halloween all year long. So people know I'm at the weird desk. If they tell somebody to go look for Jenny, they're like, oh yeah, I know where she's at. So it's easy to find me, right? Woo! And then I dress professionally, but in my own style. I'm like, you know what? I'm too old to care what other people think about me. I'm going to be me. So yes, I'll be professional, but I'll do it in my own way. I stopped being the yes man at work and started speaking up. That's what you have to do. If you want to be successful in your life, you have to quit holding yourself back, holding yourself down to try to keep a certain atmosphere at work. You need to be able to stand up for yourself and to put yourself out there. But with all that being said, I still had to learn to accept and love me as a person. There's our persona that we put out there, right? When you're the mom, the wife, the spouse, the girlfriend, whatever. But there's also the you, and you need to find out who the you is and to accept you as you really are, and to find value in who you are as an individual. So I needed to find a way through self-expression to find joy in myself, love myself, and reclaim who I am. But how? I remember one day when I was sitting in the lobby of my daughter's dance school. This is a school that has classes for children and classes for adults. And I was in like this mood, whatever, you know. You know that moment where you're like, oh, I'm just so done. I don't know. Who am I anymore? You know, I think some of us it hits it in menopause or whatever, but I'm just like, who am I? So I'm sitting here and I see these ladies go into one of the dance studios. And they have on all these feathers and sparkles and just beautiful, beautiful stuff. And I was like, I want that for me. It was so beautiful. And that is when dance found me. Okay. Dancing for me is being your most confident self. It's putting yourself out there as you really see and believe in yourself. It's creative, it's uplifting, it's a celebration of yourself. And I learned to love myself as I am right now. I did not seek out the perfect body before I danced. I didn't care how old I was, nothing. I wanted to dance, right? And these women at this dance studio are so welcoming and so embracing of everybody of all age, shape, whatever. It didn't matter. They would sit there and encourage you to do what you wanted to do. And I remember the day of my first live performance. I had done one in 2020, but it was on video because that was the pandemic and everything. So this was Halloween of 2021. And it was the first time I was in a room with actual live humans. And I was like, oh my God, there's humans here watching me dance. What am I going to do? So I'm like, I'm not the little skinny mini out there who's 20 years old. I'm me, like this, whatever. So I'm waiting in the background and I hear my music start. And this first live performance was a burlesque show. I was like, okay, I can do this. Woo! So I hear the music and I go out there and I start dancing. And it was just me. I didn't see the audience, nothing. I was telling a story. I was celebrating myself, and it made me feel alive. It wasn't about being beautiful or sexy for the other people in the room. It was about capturing that belief for me, right, in that moment. And I did that whole dance, and then I went out of the room, and I was like, whew. But I knew in that instance, I had found my way to have self-expression and to love myself as I am right now. Yes, I'm still a wife, a mom, and a professional, but now I have reclaimed who I am. So you might be asking, what do I do? How do I find myself again through self-expression? First, you need to look back into yourself. So I want to try an exercise with you that I call the power of you. Okay. It's just going to take a few minutes. So everybody get comfortable. If you're sitting, try to find a nice, comfortable spot and get relaxed. I'm going to have you close your eyes while we go through this. Make sure you're muted because I'm also going to ask you to say stuff out loud. And I don't think you want everybody to hear it. So I'm going to have you keep your eyes closed the whole time we're going through this, and then at the end, I'll invite you to open your eyes again. That way you can get the true value of this exercise. So can I get a thumbs up if you're ready? Okay, perfect. So everybody close your eyes. I want you to picture yourself as a young girl. Picture where you were living. Picture your hair. What kind of clothes you would be wearing. And I want you to look at yourself and say out loud one thing that you love about you as that little girl. Say it out loud. Keep your eyes closed. Now I want you to picture yourself as you are today. Picture where you're sitting, what you're wearing, what your body looks like, what your hairstyle's like today. Can you see yourself? I want you to say out loud one thing you are proud of yourself for. Say it out loud. Okay, keep your eyes closed. Now I want you to imagine your future self. How do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Do you have a talent you want to embrace? And now I want you to put your hand on your heart and say out loud, I give you permission to, and say that thing. Say it out loud. Now open your eyes. Saying those things out loud instead of keeping them to yourself gives them power. If we keep them inside ourselves, we can say things all day long, but we don't feel it and we don't believe it. So you need to say it aloud. If we shrink from loving ourselves, we can't change. So now it's time to find your true path back to yourself through self-expression. Self-expression is a unique and personal pursuit. Dance is my path, but it may not be yours. So reclaim your hobby. Try the career you've always wanted. If you can, move somewhere you've always dreamed of. Find something that makes you feel alive and free, something that touches your soul, because that is when you know who you really are. It can be anything. There's some examples here, but there's plenty more out there. Find something that speaks to you, what makes you happy, and that's what you need to embrace. You can't live your hobbies for somebody else. It has to be for you. And remember, this is your self-expression. Now is the moment. Now is the time to reclaim yourself. I created a framework I want to share with you today to remind you of how valuable and beautiful you are. Believe in yourself again. It's fantastic to be a single woman, a wife, a mom, a professional. It's wonderful to love your life. But don't forget to believe in you. You are strong, capable, smart, and beautiful. Enjoy life. Life isn't just to live, it's to enjoy. Find your passions again, live them, laugh, dance in the rain, embrace your inner child. Stop what you're doing and breathe. Joy in life is so important. Applaud yourself. Celebrate your moments, big and small, not just those of the people around you. It boosts your confidence. No one cheers your wins if you don't do it first. Be unique. You do not have to fit in a mold like everyone else. Be nerdy, be weird, be quiet, be loud, laugh loudly from your gut. Do it your own way. Thank yourself. Be grateful to your body the way it is today. Be grateful to your mind and your spirit. May not be perfect, but it's yours. We never need to be perfect to enjoy and appreciate who we are as women. Say yes to your wants and needs. You matter just as much as anyone around you. Never forget that. You need to matter to you. Now, I want to read you a quote from a book called Wild Courage, Go After You Want and Get It by Jenny Wood. While you care deeply about the people you love and will help the occasional stranger in need, you also have things you want to do in your finite life, things you want to experience and accomplish. That's your agenda, and it's just as worthy and valid as anyone else's. And this really struck me because we always give all of our love and attention and everything to everybody around us, and we forget about our own selves, right? Has that ever happened? Does that resonate with anyone? I mean, it's just who we are. We always give to everybody else. And always remember that self-expression is never about making others love you more. It's about you loving yourself again. That's key for all of us. So I thank you for being you, and I invite you to leave me feedback at the QR code on the left. And if you'd like a free mini journal to start working on your self-confidence again, you can get that at the QR code on the right, and I will add those into the chat as well when we're done. So thank you. Go out there and be the best you that you want to be.
All right. Thank you, Jenny. going to put my video on. You guys got Jenny's QR code. What do you guys think? Like it? It resonated? Hey, we got some clapping. All right, we have a 15-minute break, ladies. It's going from 2:15 to 2:30. So we got like an extra, so it's like a 20-minute break because it's 2:10. And we are going to have Lori, Dr. Lori McDowell, for our break. It's called Lori's Mastermind. And I'm going to let her explain what she's doing for the break activity.
Thanks, Uma. Hi, everyone. So for those of you who are staying, a mastermind comes from the idea where, if one person's idea is great, when we put all our brains together, we actually get like a mastermind. So what we're going to do is I'm going to look for someone who has a burning question. It could be a life question, a business question, but I'm looking for someone who would volunteer to share and describe, the question, the problem, the issue they want to have, something they'd like help with that they haven't been able to figure out on them for themselves. And hopefully I get a volunteer. If not, I'll go, but it'd be a lot easier if I could facilitate and someone's willing to share. And after they tell us this question, those of us who are here are all going to go around and raise your hand if you have some advice. And as we're giving the advice, what you also want to be listening to the advice that the person with the question is, because chances are a lot of that advice is going to be valuable for you as well. So it's kind of a sharing, and often these masterminds are something that people do like day-long events or hours where everybody goes around. We're going to try to do it in 15 minutes. So the quicker you can share your issue or your question or your problem, the more feedback time we have for feedback. So, but first I need someone who has a question. Does anyone have something that something in their business or their life that they've been struggling with or that they would love some input with? Okay, Uma, yes.
Yeah, I can definitely go if nobody else wants to go, for sure. Because I do have a issue. And what's funny is me and all these ladies have our own personal little mastermind. We meet on Sundays and, we hash things out. So I guess this will be a prelude, Lori, to what we're meeting about. My issue with my business is scaling, because it's definitely time to take it to the next level. And I'm working with a business mentor who's amazing. She's amazing, but she works with a lot of celebrities like Oprah Winfrey and stuff. And she severely feels that I undercharge and I undersell all the amazing stuff I do. But we talked earlier about that imposter syndrome. So could you speak to that? And I think that would be relevant for a lot of people who have that imposter syndrome.
I think it is. So I would like to share if anyone has some advice or some suggestions for Uma on this topic, raise your hand and let's see what everyone has to say. I'll start since I'm here. No one's got their hand up yet, but hopefully people raise their hands because otherwise it's just me coaching. So we need people to give. So I would say one thing. Oh, good. Danae's got her hand up. So we're at least getting started. One thing I would say about scaling, what I found when I work with my own life and my clients is we often feel like we're trading time for money. And when you're trading time for money, you can't really scale that much because you run out of time.
Right.
So to get out of that, you kind of have to look at, okay, how can I give more value in less time? And that's things like group programs, that's things like masterminds that people pay to join. That's things like delegating everything that you don't have to do. But instead of looking at time for money, just try to think about, okay, what's the thing that's most valuable and how can I get this to the most people at once? And then, if you have one person paying you 5,000 for for a 3-month program and you have 20 people paying you, you could actually scale your business without putting more time in. So that's my suggestion. Janae, and the way masterminds work, everybody gives their suggestions. Uma doesn't give feedback right now, or she just takes it all in. And then at the end, she'll get to give feedback and we will all as well. So Janae, you had something?
Yes. I came up with a joke. Don't charge me. I'll help you with that. No, but I was gonna say, with Uma being my mentor, Um, One thing that I do that she actually taught me, which may just be a reminder, is does it feel light? Sometimes I'll be like, okay, I'm not ready to charge $300, all right? But we know free is not an option. So how does 150 feel? Oh, 150, my normal price is, 120. That's better, and it's not 300, but 300 is what my life coach is saying, and I'm at 120. 150 is a compromise, but you know what? Now that you think about it, the work and the energy that you put into it, maybe I can go 175, or maybe I can offer, early bird special this amount, and then for those who register, because even with and I knowing, sometimes with free events you don't get the outcome that you want, but then when you tweak it, you put in that energy, you put a price on it, then you realize, you know what, this is worth it, because people are starting to realize investing in themselves is not wasting money. It's not just a luxury. I want to be better. And when you understand that people are going to come to you because of the energy and the effort and the knowledge and the experience and the trainings and the teachings that you do, you'll start to realize, you know what, I may not be ready mentally to charge 300, but you got to work your way up. I started with donations first because I didn't want to charge. And then I started doing donations, and then I set a price, and my prices are still too low. I'm glad for 2026 because I'm starting to step into that value. So continue to step into that and do that scale. What feels right. If I'm not ready for 300, but I still know I deserve more, start that price, have an early bird special, have these things in place because you deserve it. You deserve it.
Great. Okay. Okay, Jennifer, you have something you wanted to share. Jennifer Wright, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. I challenges with your mouse. So here's the thing. This is an opinion. It is just my opinion. Scaling is a mindset. It is a huge mindset. People think, oh, it's who you know, where you are, who you're associated with, things like that, or what strategy you have. It's not just a strategy. It doesn't even start with your strategy. It is a mindset. You have all heard that analogy about, the cost of a bottle of water. The cost of a bottle of water. You could buy water at the store every week. You buy a case every week. That's just what you do. But guess what? When you get to the airport, they're like, nope, pour it out. What kind of water? We don't know. We can't do that. Then you buy it at the airport, $5. You buy it when you're up in the air, $10. You buy it at Disneyland, $159, and you're like, golly. But and you can think to yourself, yes, it's demand. It's 90 degrees outside. I need something to drink right now. Or, oh my God, I always stay hydrated. I've got to have a bottle of water every 3 hours, and it's about your mindset. There are people out there that are charging 10 times what you charge to a person, not because they're better at what you do. It's because their expectation is that. It's not even that they are humble or that they're waiting or they're just waiting for that one good price. No, 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 no. What they are doing is they are already of the mindset. They could have been a type of person who was just raised to think, this is my price, this is my cost. My mom taught me, my uncles taught me, and this is just what we do. And they have no inkling, no understanding of why or how people are even getting away with charging less. You know? They don't. They have no understanding. There are people in the political arena who can't understand why they are poor people. Why are you hungry? Well, I don't get that, Not to differentiate what's good and evil, but just to differentiate what is the perception and what is the mindset. There are people who will not think twice about using the escrow of their house for an investment. They wouldn't think twice about it. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna put that on there. That's gonna help. Or they don't think twice about where to put their money, where it's gonna grow, as soon as they earn it. They're not thinking about eating really. Food comes, it always comes. My belly is always full. That's not a stressor. Even though a lot of times if someone like who's worrying about how to scale will look at that and be like, "Yes, it is. What are you eating tomorrow?" And that person hasn't thought about that. They have no problem with investing. And so even when you're coming up with your investment, you know, and your strategy of how to place things in a manner where it makes you feel okay enough to go ahead and make that extra step to scale up. If you could just get to that point, then that's the halfway point. But if you're thinking that this is a huge dream, or when I grow up, oh yeah, guess what? We are grown. We are grown. And it's time. It is just time. And yeah, it can be scary. It can be scary, but the more you're in that mindset of perception and how you see it, the fear, it just goes away. And then it starts just feeling like, yeah, this is what I do. This is how it is.
Jennifer, I know we don't have a look. We have want to have time for some feedback. Did anyone else I had one other thing I wanted to share, but I wanted to see if anyone else had something. Okay. I do want to, you mentioned imposter syndrome, and I did want to share that, people are moving around. I was thinking, there you are. Imposter syndrome too. I sometimes we feel the two things about imposter syndrome is it's got to do with us comparing. And one, the more you focus on others, the less you think about imposter syndrome. So if you just focus on the value you're giving of others, you forget about yourself. And the other thing is, like, we all have these kind of like business idols, people who we think are amazing. And when you really get to know them, and I do this when I have coaches who make millions of dollars a year and they're really successful. And the more I get to know them, they have all the same insecurities that I do. They have all the same problems that I do. They just, like Jennifer said, it's a mindset, but everybody's got the same issues. Some people just focus on the issues and other people focus on the success. So I love that. Did someone else have Okay, so we're going to ask Uma what she got about that. But before we do that, I'd love for one or two other people to just in a minute or so, 30 seconds to a minute, share. Did somebody say something that resonated with them that helped them as well? I know for me, that reminder about mindset that Jennifer said resonated with me because sometimes, yeah, you focus on the lack as opposed to focusing on, oh, I can do this because it's going to come back to me, and it makes a huge difference. Anyone else? We've still got about 6 minutes left. So before we let Uma tell us, oh, come on, somebody raise you. You're here. Greta, Sarah, did you get anything from it? Go ahead, Greta.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you, Lori. What Jennifer said. So I wasn't going to say anything because I was going to basically say ditto of, I mean, Jennifer, when you were speaking, I was like snaps and everything because yeah, it really is about mindset and what we're just sort of what becomes normalized. Like I said, before, like who you're around, what becomes normalized as far as like what your expectation is. And also too, I think it's about also expanding your uh the people around you, the people in your environment, because sometimes, like I was saying, some things become normalized. So if you're around folks that are like, gosh, your prices are so much, and you're like, but kind of this is what I need to keep operating my business. I can't go any lower. Then we need to expand to people that are like, yeah, that's a great price for what you're delivering. And actually, yeah, it's kind of a low, you could go up. So I appreciated that feedback. Mindset is everything. And as far as imposter syndrome, I don't know. I to me, I have my thought about that is that I don't know if I think a lot of the self-doubt comes from not actually from us at our core. I think it comes from all this external stuff that's happened throughout our lives. Like sometimes when you like, I remember you'll watch something and there'll be a model who's like 5'11", 125 pounds, and she'll say, "Oh, they're telling me to lose weight," and like she thinks she's like too big, and you're like, "What?" Like,
Yeah.
so I feel like if someone keeps telling you something, after a while, you're like, "Gosh, it must be true." And so I think sometimes we just have, I don't know if it's imposter syndrome or who we are at our core is not matching up with what the world is trying to tell us who we are. Right.
Mm.
And so then we're like, well, then I guess there's something wrong with me, because why would they say this to me unless there's some truth to it? And then you have to realize, oh, they're not speaking from a place of truth. So,
Love that.
Mm.
Okay, Sarah, you've got your hand.
Yes. So, to caveat on Greta, I think one of the things I've learned in business is your friends, and it doesn't, I mean, these can be great friends, they can be just acquaintances, they can be colleagues, they can be family, it doesn't matter. Those aren't your clients, right? And so when you have your prices at a certain level, and Danae kind of brought this up too, is like she thinks she's still too low and whatnot. That friend circle, your acquaintance circle is not your clients. Your clients are the public, right? And you have to scale up to that point. Now, I say that, and I am still getting there, right? Where I own I own a company, aside from Sarah McGuire Consulting, with this stuff, but I own another company on active shooter awareness, workplace violence prevention, right? The people in my industry are charging $20,000 a session to do a seminar for this. I'm at 750, 7,500, right? That to me is the starting point because I'm new to the business. I'm not new to the business. I've been doing this for 25 years. However, I'm new to the consulting business on this part compared to the other ones, right? And so one of the things is like, how do I get to that 20,000 seminar piece of it? And I started at 7,500 and I was like, okay. And then I got clients that were like, are you sure? Like, because we have budget for more. And I'm like, oh, shoot. Okay. Yes, and I will add something to it if you want to add to the contract, right? And so that's how it was, is like you can put this on socials, you can put this on all of your acquaintance social type of things. Those aren't your clients. The clients are out there, and it's a matter of like it's just one of those things that we're not selling to our friends, you know? And I'm about to speak in a little bit, and it's about the book, right? Well, the book, my friends will support me because I'll be like, yay, Sarah wrote a book. Cool. I'll buy it, right? That's cool, but at the same point, I want to reach other people. I want to reach the actual public, the organic public who are like, let me pick this book up because I could learn something from this, and that's who I want my audience to be. So I don't know, Uma, if that helps or not. You are so successful. You are a wonderful businesswoman. You bring on in other people like at Greta and Lori and Jenny and I, and it's just one of those things. Like you just met us in September, and look at where we are now. I said this already, but this is something that you're doing all the right things with your heart and your head. And I just can't wait to see you in 26 and see how this explodes. It's gonna explode.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Sarah. Everybody who gave. Uma, we have 1 minute left. And as the mastermind person, now what's left for you to tell us is what did you hear and what are you going to commit to doing in the next 30 days based on what you heard today?
I think it was all sound advice. It's very much in alignment with what my coach has said to me. And I think what I'm going to just start doing is stop judging myself, because that's what I do a lot is, I actually have had such positive feedback because I rolled out my new prices a couple months ago. And in the beginning, it was hard because people were like, they're used to the old prices and they were like, oh, you went up, or, oh no, I can't afford it. And that just used to sink my soul because I don't do this work for the money as all you guys are. We do it because we love doing what we do. And the idea of somebody walking away from me because they couldn't afford me just really crushed my heart. So then I went back to the drawing board with my business mentor, and she said, but you do a lot of free stuff. You're doing a free summit that's taking 6 hours of your day, and not even the time we prepped for this. You do free streams every night for 4 to 6 hours a night. You do free content. You do free classes. Like, enough. It's time for you to get paid. So I started like just being very, adamant about, okay, this is what I'm worth. And I have to tell you, what Danae said too, with that being light, it felt so good it was like 2 months ago when I said to the first person about my new price for a past life regression. And they were like, oh yeah, that's fine. Send me the link to pay. It felt so good to go into that session because now I felt like seen and I felt appreciated and I felt like they truly honored me. And that was such a different feeling than before, where I was going to sessions exhausted, tired, ragged, like raggedy, because I was just like, oh my God, I got 10 today and I got to run from this to that. And I just was always tired and exhausted, and it started affecting my health. And now it's like, it's only been 2 months of like me having these new prices. I'm sleeping better. My health is great. I have time for my kids and my man. Like, life just started lifing again. So I really appreciated what you guys all told me here today, because it's just a reminder that whenever I start to feel guilty, whenever I start to get that imposter syndrome, you're on the right path. And I can't remember who said it, but one of you said it, that your clients are out there. And that's who I want to find. I want to find my clients. I don't want to be available for everybody anymore. So thank you.
Awesome. And I think we can all use that. That's great advice. We all do stuff free. So for people, for people who can't afford us, we do free stuff. They can get that, and we can find those people who can't afford us, and we can make a lot of money, and then we can actually give more free stuff because we've got so much money. So yeah,
Right, that part.
it's our business. You can do a lot more good when you're a millionaire than when you can when you're broke. So all
I'm
right,
telling you.
thank you for those of you who are here for the break. So I'll pass it back to you, Uma, to introduce the next speaker.
Yes, let's keep it moving. Guys, thank you for all of you who have been hanging around. I know some people have been coming in, coming out, but for those of you that are still here, shout out to you guys. You guys are the true superheroes. And I have to say this, we have a talk coming up now by Sarah, and then afterwards we have the panel discussion. So all the questions you've been holding, it's going to be your time to shine, all right? Because you guys will be able to do that. So let me introduce Sarah. Sarah McGuire Margulis is a speaker, consultant, and founder of Sarah McGuire Consulting. Sarah helps individuals and organizations unlock their potential through intentional goal setting and personal growth strategies. She has a passion for creating spaces where people feel seen, supported, and empowered. Sarah brings warmth, insight, and real-life experience to every conversation. You're gonna love her, guys. It's an honor that she's ending us. Like, that's what happened at the last summit we did. She was the last speaker. So we're just like, let's just keep Sarah as the last speaker because she just brings it in. So Sarah is talking today about relationships, trust, boundaries, and belonging, the foundation of strong relationships. From friendships to family and professional ties, relationships define our daily experience. This session explores how to create boundaries, foster trust, and strengthen connections that empower rather than drain you. So please give a warm welcome to Sarah.
Thank you, Uma, and thank you, everybody else. Thank you. I will reiterate for those that have stuck around all day. This is amazing. It's been a really, really fun day for a Sunday. So let me let's see if I'm technical today and see if I can share. Wait, don't want to do that. Stop share. Wait, no. Okay, hold on. Okay, let me bring it over to, here we go. Zoom is so different than Teams sometimes, and I do Google Chat too, so I am, okay. All right, let's try this again. Okay, can you see? Can somebody say yes, because I can't see everybody. Can you see?
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Let me bring it in to present.
It's not in like slide.
There we go. Now is it?
Now
Yes.
it is.
Awesome. Okay, let's start. Okay, so I need to bring you guys over here. Okay. So never live the same year twice. It is the title of my book. It's coming out in summer of 26. And right now we're in pre-sale. So I will be sending the link further down. So this goes over a lot of chapters. And one of the chapters, when Uma reached out to all of us and said, "Do you want to do the summit?" Relationships was one of them. And it actually is a chapter in my book. And so I want to, let me see if I can, here we go. So we're gonna go through relationships. And this is another piece of friendships, it's family, it's work. And it could be anything, right? So when we think about relationships, like let's start with family first, right? So I think with family, depending on if you had a great upbringing, if you had an okay upbringing or you did not have a good upbringing, family means something different to you in many different ways, right? So it could be family is blood, and no matter what, that's your family. It could be your family are the people that you chose instead. It also could be someone where, like I said, I just met Uma, Greta, Lori, and Jenny late September, and I consider them family because we're all trying to do the same thing. So family is a word that can mean a lot of different things, right? Let's go also into friendships. Friendships, we talked about this earlier over the break, is like sometimes friendships, we have them for so long that it's just normal for us. It's, yep, that's my friend from high school, or that's my friend from kindergarten. That's my college friend, that's my work friend, that's this and that or whatever. And you have to like really start to think about, are we using the term friend loosely, or are we using it because it's comfortable to us and we don't want to not have friends or friendship circle or something like that. And then work, and we'll get into it. I don't have many slides, but we will get into the work piece of it too. So when you start working, are you in competition or are you actually making friends at work? Now think about it before COVID and when we all went into the office. Or to school if you're a teacher or a staff administrator or any type of office. I mean, it could be you work at Walmart, you work at the grocery store, you work, at a stadium, it doesn't matter. Whatever your work is, you would see those people, for most people, 8 hours a day, sometimes more, sometimes less. Are those your friends? Can you trust them? Can you build friendships out of them? Do you see them after work? Do you do a happy hour? Do you do a Christmas holiday party? Do they know when your birthday is? And like this is relationships. And I think this is the circle of relationships. You have family, you have friendships, and you have work, right? If there's other pieces to this too of just acquaintances or in your network or something like that. But relationships are the heart of everything, in my opinion. I feel like we don't want to be here on our own. You want to be supported by people, and if it's only in your family, or if it's only your circle of friends, or if it's only people at work that support you, at least you have somebody to support you, right? But we all crave that. It's human nature to want to have somebody in our life, whether it's one person or 100 people. I personally, like the smaller version than the big version, because then you have the intimate type of relationships. And I don't mean romantic, I mean actual intimate of like, I can call you and tell you I had a bad day and you'll actually listen, right? So let me go into my next slide. Okay, so this is the heart of this whole presentation. And so we have about 22 minutes. So trust boundaries and strengthen connections. So one of the things is trust. Who in your circle can you trust? And how big is your circle? Now, Jenny talked about this in her seminar where she talked about the evolution of where you were, like first in school, and then she was in the Navy, and then like how she changed with certain things and how she felt that oh, if I don't like this person then I'll be accepted into this, and that's something that trust, it comes early, but then I think as we grow we have to remember that trust isn't always trustworthy, right? We put our full trust in someone. So what does that mean? when you trust someone fully, can you tell them your deepest, darkest secrets, right? And trust comes with vulnerability. Vulnerability is, I'm former military as well. I was Army. I went into the Army in 2001. Um, Same year, September 11th happened, and I went straight to war. Now, go doing that, you basically had to put up a front. I was a leader. I was an officer in the Army, and I had military police soldiers underneath me in a combat zone. And so one of the things is um, I was 22, I think, when I went to war, maybe 23. I'd have to like actually do the math. But I was very young and I didn't know anything. And, I was trusting these strangers with my life as much as they were trusting me with their life, right? But I didn't know everything. And I had to put up a front. I had to put up this leadership front that I knew what I was doing and I was confident in myself. And I wanted to make sure everybody was safe. And that was like, the biggest thing was to get everybody home. Well, everybody did come home safely, which was great. It was hard. It was a hard year, and then I went back again another year with a different group of soldiers. But it was one of those things where did they trust me at first? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe after a year they did because they all were able to come back to the United States. But it's also one of those things where you put up this front and it's like, okay, um, I'm just so hard. I have no emotions. I just have to get through this. And I'm sure now I can't see everybody, but I'm sure there's people in this audience that have been through a situation where you're like, I just have to get through this. And I can't show my emotions. I can't be that person that cries. I can't be that person that shows that I'm weak or anything like that, right? Well, things changed for me, about like after I got out of the military and I was on my own a little bit more and a couple of other things happened in my life where I was like, um, I want people to trust me because of me, right? So I started to become more of myself. And that's why I really resonated with Jenny's seminar is because she became more of herself. And that brought out vulnerability, right? So for me, I brought out vulnerability in myself. Earlier, I spoke about a friendship that is no longer, and it still hurts me to this day that it's just not, that friendship isn't there anymore. It's because I changed. So I think one of the biggest things is when you show vulnerability, you show credibility, right? And so I think that's one of the things in relationships with family, with friends, with your colleagues, your boss, anything like that. I think that's one of the biggest things is you have to show vulnerability in order to build trust. Because if you're just hard on the outside, like I was in the military, yeah, of course my soldiers trusted me because I made sure they stayed out of danger. But one of the things is like I didn't show emotion. I didn't show that I was scared. I didn't show anything like that. And I feel like as a leader, we have to show that we do have vulnerabilities. We are human. We have our days where they are just awful, and we have our days where they're just absolutely amazing, right? And we shouldn't be afraid to show the sad days or the happy days. And that's relationships. Are you able to show that to the people in your life, right? Next piece is boundaries. Okay, like let's go back to the my inspiration story on the friendship. I had to set up boundaries and I had to say I can no longer be in this friendship anymore because it is not helping me. It's toxic. It's a 30-year friendship. That's like breaking up with somebody. That's like breaking up a marriage when it comes to friends. And there's songs that come on the radio that I still think of. But I had to set that boundary where I'm like, the good times did not um, outweigh the bad times. And the bad times were every time I finished a weekend with her, it wasn't good. And I didn't feel good about myself. So you have to set up boundaries. And I bring this up with family and work as well, because with work, everybody wants to excel. Everyone wants to be promoted. Everybody wants to get that raise, right? But you have to be able to set boundaries in a way that you're not working till 8 o'clock at night for a 40-hour job. I get it. Sometimes there's projects. Sometimes there's um, things that need to happen that are urgent. But as a combat veteran, nothing is urgent if it's not life and death. A PowerPoint is not urgent. An Excel spreadsheet is not urgent, right? And that's where you have to set boundaries with your colleagues, your peers, and your boss, manager, leader, whoever it is that you report to, who pays your paycheck. Yeah, 8 o'clock at night where you're missing dinner. If you have children, you're missing dinner with your spouse, you're missing dinner with your friends, you're missing dinner with your aging parents. It's something like that that is, you have to set those boundaries and say, no, I'm done. I used to be the type of person that I would actually send emails at 10 o'clock at night or right before I went to bed to make it seem like I was working late. And I was like, if I just get this in, then they'll think I was working late, but then I'll be on early in the morning and maybe I'll get that promotion. No, no, I stopped all those boundaries because, or I made those boundaries because that was not who I wanted to be. That's not how I wanted to showcase myself. And so when it comes to work relationships, you have to show what's important to you. And I don't know, I guess like now that I'm getting older, it's one of those, I don't like my 40-hour job. And this is, and I still work corporate as I'm building my business. I don't like my 40-hour job taking up 80 hours a week. It doesn't make me happy anymore. I'm just at that point where I know I'm going to get like the small percent raise because that's how corporations work. And I've accepted that. But I've set boundaries to say, if I have a medical appointment, I have a medical appointment and I'm not available. If I'm taking PTO, paid time off, I'm on PTO. I am not answering emails. I am not answering phone calls. I won't even look at my computer or my work phone. Um, when I do seminars on the weekends or I do seminars at night, I am offline until the next day for work because that is important to me. I had to put up those boundaries, right? So let's talk about family with boundaries. Now, no one's family is perfect. And if you have a perfect family, I commend you because that is something to be very proud of. But there's always a little bit of disconnect, and there's always like, if someone doesn't understand you, or someone they don't see your point of view, or you may be raising your children differently, or you may have married somebody differently, or dating somebody differently, and that doesn't fit into, the generational aspect of the family, right? So I personally have switched everything I with my family. We grew up very poor and it was something that for me I was like I can't do this. Now I didn't know this back then. I knew this, a couple of years ago where I was like I will never live paycheck to paycheck anymore. I will learn to save. I will learn to invest. I will learn to push my money a little bit further, not buy the expensive things, whatever. However everybody does it when they budget, right? So I had to set up boundaries for myself with my family because it was one of those things where I would get, a phone call and it would make my heart drop sometimes. And this is, immediate family. And it was something that they only reached out to me if they needed something and never, how are you? How's your business going? Oh, you got your master's. I'm so happy for you. Oh, by the way, we won't come see you or something like that. And so I had to set up boundaries to keep my space, to keep my self-worth like worthy. And it's a very, very hard thing. And relationships in general are extremely hard. And this is why I wrote a chapter in the book on it, is because sometimes you have to be the villain in somebody else's story, and you don't have to yell from the rooftops about why you're right and why you set those boundaries. You can just quietly say, okay, and go on with your day, go on with your week, your life. They're still family, but at the same point, it doesn't have to be, you don't have to put up with certain things if you don't want to. And that's why I say like the three pillars of relationships are family, friends, and work, because those three things are what make up our lifestyle, if you think about it. There's no other, connection. You have a connection with family, whether it's your mom and dad, your siblings, your grandparents, your own kids, your grandkids, aunts, uncles, cousins, right? But then you have your friendship family where that one person or a couple people, or if you're in a sorority or if you're in a club or you're in a sports team or something like that, that's your family where you feel like you can go out to them and you can talk to them. And if you're having a bad day, you know who to call. Um, and then your work, right? I never really got close to people at work because I was always in a competitive type of work environment, whether it was the military, whether it was when I worked at the Pentagon as a contractor, or whether it was corporate where I was climbing the ladder as an investigator, or now I do workplace violence prevention and active shooter awareness. So that's all ladder climbing, and nobody really wanted to be friends in that environment. It's not like the teaching environment where each teacher is there to enrich the children and make sure like they are learning everything and involved and stuff like that. No, this is like cutthroat work that I do because everybody wants their voice heard. It's male dominated type of industry, and it is what it is. So I think for me, I have set boundaries for friendships, I've set boundaries for family, and I've set boundaries for work. Am I happier because of it? Absolutely. Because the last 5 years I've been doing this, maybe about 7 years actually, I've been doing this. It has changed how I view things. It has changed how I work. It has changed how I view relationships with the right people. And I think that's one of the biggest things is when you set those boundaries, you show your vulnerability, you show credibility through vulnerability, and you show trust. That is one of the biggest things that is going to attract the right people around you. And sometimes you have to let go of the people that aren't filling your soul, if that makes sense to you. And then strengthen connections. So I want to give you a quick story on a friend. I've known her for about 27 years. We went to college together. We weren't in the same circles. I don't even have a picture from her from college, like of us at the same party or anything like that. Um, she's in Jersey. I've lived everywhere because of the military, but now I am in the DC area. And we always go up to our reunion for college every September. And the last couple of years, we'd end up at the same places. We were kind of hanging out with the same people. And one night I went to the bathroom at a party. It was the last night we were there, and she was crying in the bathroom. And I was like, "What is wrong?" And I knew her, but I didn't know her. And so I'm like, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" And she was telling me what happened. And of course, there was drinking involved, and so of course the emotions come out and everything. And so anyways, I get a text the next day and she's like, "I am so sorry about last night. I did not mean to just dump on you, all the stuff that was going on and this and that." And I told her, I was like, "Listen, um, I don't remember the full conversation because everybody was drinking, but at the same point, hey, like, no big deal. Like, it's fine. We all have been there and whatever." And so we just kind of went on our way. We didn't talk for a couple months. I saw her again the following year in September, and we joked about it and whatnot. And then last year, I was hosting a conference. Actually, it was the beginning of this year. I was hosting a conference, and in January or February, I reached out to her. My conference was March of 25. And so I reached out to her and I said, "Hey, would you be interested in attending my conference?" And it's up in Massachusetts. And she's like, "Absolutely." And then she called me 5 minutes later and said, "You just made my day because I just broke up with like two friends that I've known for 40 years, and high school friends and whatnot." And I was like, "What happened?" And she told me, it just wasn't working for her anymore. And it sounded very similar to my own story that she didn't even know about. And so we started talking, and I was like, "Okay, like let's do this. We're gonna make a road trip out of it. I will drive to Jersey, then we'll drive to Mass together. We have a couple of events before the actual conference that was on a Saturday, and we spent 5 days together, drove in the car over 8 hours together." Um, and it was amazing because she like there was no competition. It was just talking. It was talking about our lives. It was catching up on our lives since we just kind of became friends, like really good friends, like within the year. And it was something like that where I'd known this person, like I said, I graduated in 2001, almost 25 years, kind of 26, 27 years. And in the last year, we just became really good friends. And now she's somebody that when I have a problem, I call her, And when I talk about strengthening connections, yes, I knew this person, but I didn't realize I needed her at this point in my life, right? So that's just an example of that. So again, the three pillars of relationships, friendships, family, and the work acquaintance, peers, bosses, and managers. You have to look at trust, you have to look at boundaries and strengthening connections with all three of those pillars. Um, and then my next slide is my final slide. So again, my book is Never Live the Same Year Twice. We are in pre-sale right now. That is the QR code for it. If you have any questions for me, this resonated with you, please send me an email at sarahmcguireconsulting@gmail.com. And I also am on Instagram, Sarah McGuire Consulting. That's just the like the tag, I guess, for Instagram. You can find me on there. I follow Uma, I follow Jenny, I follow Greta and Lori. So if any of you are following them, you can find me through them as well. And again, if you have any questions or would like to give feedback, I loved how Jenny put her QR code on. If you have feedback, please send it to me. And she had a QR code for that. I don't have that, but if you want to send an email, on this, and if anything of this resonates with you, please let me know. I will be starting my seminars again in the I guess January. I haven't picked a date yet. I'm trying to work it out to see what works best for people. But I will be having seminars again, and it's basically coaching, and it's going through pillars like this. And it's not just relationships. It's how to not live the same twice every year, basically. But if you have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. And I think that's it. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks, Uma. Let me stop sharing. I will put all this information in the chat too.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Awesome. Woo! We did it, y'all. Yay! Now we get to just chat and hang out. And those of you that are watching on YouTube, you're watching on TikTok, you guys can also put your questions. I have both of you guys up for comments. So you can put your questions, your comments in the chat. And yeah, we can have a discussion. So I didn't know how I was going to do this because I wanted to kind of like try to put all the speakers on a panel, but we can't do that. The only way we can do that is if everybody takes their camera off. Now we just have the speakers have their camera on. Would you guys prefer that? Just so we could find them, because we got a couple of
speaker panel. If the speakers all raise their hand, let me see if I can figure it out. Because there's a way to put like 5 people up there. Like raise your digital hand, not your.
Because we just tech with it. Y'all please realize we got Gen X and boomers in here, so got a couple millennials, but oh, with the hands, there's perfect. So this is the panel discussion time. You guys were given a lot of information today, a lot. And the idea of the information today is to get you guys ready for 2026, right? Oh, I got to put my hand up. How do I do that? I don't even know how to put my hand up. More.
Oh, go into chats. No, go into React.
React, okay.
And then when you pull that up, it has, well, I have my hand raised. So
yeah,
raise your hand or
got
lower
it.
your hand. Yeah.
Got it.
There.
All right, there we go. Yay. So
go to your view and change it to multi-spotlight. And you guys can lower your hands now and we'll stay there. We don't have to keep our hands up now that we're there.
Okay, let me do that first. Lower hand. Okay. And then look at, you said do grid video.
Up
I
top.
I have all 6 of.
Well, then you're good. Sometimes people change their view depending on what they have.
Oh, right. Okay. Lori, I'm always learning on this.
Right. All right, ladies, smile because I'm taking a picture. One more. There we go. All right. So, questions. You guys can unmute yourselves to ask questions, or you don't even, it doesn't have to be a question. You could just say, "Oh, Danae, I really resonated with. Laurie, I really resonated with." Whatever it is you guys want to talk, we're here for you. If you have a personal situation you're going through and you want to bring it up, just remember everything is being recorded. A lot of us have given you guys our personal information to do book clarity calls, discovery calls with us, so you could do it in more private setting. But do we have any questions? Thank you, Kessia. She said beautiful panel.
You don't want to raise your hand, just put them in the chat too, and we could read them.
Okay, I have a question for the ladies while everybody warms up. My question for the ladies is business-wise, what is your main goal for 2026? What is your main goal?
Oh, my main goal for 2026 is to launch my first full digital course on rebuilding confidence after grief, failure, lack of purpose, and lack of support.
I love it.
My goal is to have so many people want to host done for you retreats that I have to hire up and train a facilitator because I can't do them all myself. So that would be more than I can do. So I want to get to the point where I have to hire someone to help me with that.
I already know I'm going to be hiring you, Laurie, because Danae and I do retreats, and we're ready to scale that too, to take that to the next level.
I think mine is so I know I've been talking about my book a lot, but I'm really proud of it. So I feel weird saying keep talking about it, but I think it's something as women we do not celebrate our accomplishments, right? And I think everybody touched on that as well. But like for me, when somebody I want never live the same year twice. I want it to be a household name. And I want it to be a household name because that means it helps somebody else, right? And the other piece is Never Live the Same Year Twice. And Sarah Mack, that's who I am, who I've been known for 40 years, basically, is a household name. And it's like, hey, I learned this, and now I have changed my life in this direction because of this. And it's not for me to be like, oh, yay, like my name's out there. That's not the point. The point is it helped somebody else get out of their little funk of life. And we're able to push through and say, I'm totally changing this part of my life because I want to live happier. And life is so short. Like we are not here for very long. And it's something that's really important to me is that like we live a happy life. So
Thank you.
thanks.
Absolutely. My goal is to have a website that has been on the works. So just being able to have, a spot for people to come and receive some of my services or products would be amazing. Is going to be amazing.
Yes, it will. And you have to share it with everybody.
Facts.
Yes.
My goal is to keep crushing it in everything that I do, in live streaming, in my business, in my coaching, in my retreats. But I have a special interest in my podcast. And I've really fallen in love with my podcast, The Lotus Lounge. And a lot of you have actually been on my podcast. And I love doing it. I love the conversations we have. I love what we bring to people. So I want to push that more in 2026.
You have a fun podcast, Uma.
Thank you.
I
want to make it funner.
It is. If anyone on here has not listened to Uma's podcast, then check it out because it's so much fun.
It is fun.
Yeah.
All right. So we do have some questions coming in. Did everybody answer?
I think Greta, did you do your goals?
Greta?
No, yeah, my goal is to continuing to expand just my network and just getting in the right room. So thank you so much, Uma. Yeah, I think it's just a lot with me. I just feel like, I just need people to see me, right? Because sometimes I know for me, I sometimes it's so challenging to, you're writing stuff, you're putting stuff on your website, you're putting stuff on social media. And after a while, I was like, I just told somebody, I just want to say I'm a vibe. It's gonna be good. Work with
Yes.
that's all. I mean, because at some point it's like I don't know how else to say it, but continue just to be in the right rooms, and just connect with the right folks that align with me. So thank you so much, everybody here, amazing women, and also too for collaborative change consulting to sort of expand beyond just I'm doing a lot of webinars now and online group coaching, but for it to be a community for people to come, and like what you're doing Uma, with the podcast and stuff, but just be a community of come on, let's
Yeah.
let's get in on this, healing and thriving together, and for people to come to collaborative change consulting for that.
I highly recommend every single one of you on this panel to create and go live stream on TikTok. Absolutely. Because you
Can you
will
give
create
us a
your
master class?
Yeah, I can. I totally can. And that's like my forte. But it's like, and they're watching me right now. They sat here the whole day, watched the whole thing.
I love
And
that.
yeah, and we're called the Lotus Lounge family. My subscribers, these are people that subscribe on a monthly basis. And then my super fans and my fans, they're part of the Lotus Lounge family. And I'm on another streaming app, and I just call everybody at Lotus, at my center, online, on these apps, on YouTube. They're the Lotus Lounge family. That will get you your community. And it's your community that really bumps you up. It was actually my community that made me an Amazon bestselling author for Chronicles of a Spirit Walker. Because when I launched, I just said, hey, this is the day we're launching. I know you guys are going to buy it. You all said you're going to buy it. But if you could buy it on this day, and because of my community, we went straight to number one within like an hour of launching.
Wow.
Well, I'm going to take you up on that challenge, but if I can have one more goal, which I forgot, I am actually launching a new TV streaming show on the Women Thrive Network on YouTube in January. It's going to come twice a month. It's called It's called Journeys of Impact: Extraordinary People, Extraordinary Places, Extraordinary Change. So my other goal is for that TV show to just take off and grow an audience, and I'll have to look at how I can put parts of it or put the whole thing on TikTok too now. So thank you.
Just live stream the whole thing. Like how we did this whole summit. I just have my phone here and it's been on the whole time. I just click go live, and when you're doing, and I would be happy to be a guest on your TV show, Laurie.
Okay, yeah, we'll have to do it there. I'm trying to do them at retreats. So when we
Yeah.
I'm trying to do it when I travel in different places. So that could be 24 fun locations to go. So we could either do that, or we could do one like in the Virginia, DC area. And you guys can all come and be on it.
That would be great.
That would
All right,
be.
we have some questions. Kessia said, how long have you been on your spiritual journey to be where you are today? Who's that directed to, Kessia? What was an experience that led you in the direction of being a healer? That's probably either to me or Danae.
She said it's for anyone.
For anyone? Okay. Anyone wants to answer that? How long have you been on your spiritual journey to be at where you are today?
Mine
My
is
whole life.
62, 3 years. Yeah, 3 to 62.
Yeah. It's your whole life. I'm 47, and I can look back at experiences like I told you guys, when I came into this, it was because of my grandmother. She passed and she needed her cane to walk in heaven. That was like when I was like, what, 6 or 7 years old. So your whole life, guys, actually prepares you for your purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Every single thing you've been through comes up later. When I do a lot of storytelling, and that's why a lot of my students like my classes, because the storytelling helps sink in the concepts I'm teaching, right? And a lot of my storytelling just comes from my past life, like my lives of things I've done. So don't take anything for granted where you guys are at. Everything counts. Everything matters. Even that breakup, that traumatic breakup you had, guess what? You might become that dating coach. now coaching women through the same exact experience. And now you know what that feels like because you were there.
You know, that's powerful, Uma, because I was thinking about that. Me and my siblings go on a trip every couple of years, and when we were on our one this year, we were doing these question cards for each other while we were waiting for an event. And one of them is, who are people you are thankful for? And I told them that I was thankful for all the people that treated me horribly in my life.
Yeah.
Because that made me who I am today. And I would never take any of that back. Even though it was awful, traumatic, I would never want to go through it again. Literally, that made me me. So it's part of your history, part of your story.
That's so true. All right. You guys are awfully did we zap your energy? Should we just end this retreat right now? You guys have a chance to talk to women CEOs. Come on now. We're doing it. We're doing it.
Maybe a second question about the experience. And I think like Jenny, like the journey's been my whole life, but what really like catapulted me into it was a horrible experience when I drove 4 hours to go to a meeting where I was supposed to speak. And when I got there, they fired me and told me to go home. I mean, that was
Yeah.
like, so it's often that traumatic, that horrible experience that said that when you finally say, you know what, I'm not going to take this garbage anymore. I know what it's time to do that. So sometimes it is that awful experience that like, I'm so grateful for it because it's the best thing they ever did. Because if it wasn't so horrible, I probably would not be doing what I'm doing today.
I think that would be a fun thing to do while we wait for people to come up with questions. Hint, hint, chat. All right. Hint, hint, chat. Come up with questions. A fun thing to do, because we're all successful in our own businesses and what we do, would be to talk about the awkward, the crazy, the insane, the fails, because I think it makes it more relatable. I think people look at us on the screen and they're like, oh, wow, I want to be like her. I want to have what she have. I want to do what she does, but they don't know the other side of it. Like I can tell you guys, the first time I got a big coaching client, it was a $3,000 package, and I did not have proper systems in place. So I gave her everything right up front. She collected everything and then went back through PayPal and requested a refund.
Wow.
And got it all back. I worked for free for like the 3 months, right? I worked for free because she got it all back. And it never dawned on me to have a coaching agreement, have her signature on paper, maybe collect some now, some, like, you know what I mean? Or not offer her everything until I get all the pay. Like, it didn't occur to me. And then what happened was PayPal sided with the credit card company for, whatever. And they just withdrew it. Now, I had already used the money that she gave me. That was another thing I had to learn. I used the money she gave me, so it withdrew it, and then it put my PayPal and my bank account in the negative.
Oh, wow.
So then whatever I was working for that week was literally going to pay off this debt that I now had. So I did like just an honest, vulnerable post to my community. And I'm like, if anybody wants sessions, please come in. I am in debt and I can't buy groceries, like I'm freaking out. And I'll tell you, this is why it's so important about community. I had several people step up to make donations. They didn't want anything.
Wow.
And this one lady gave me $500.
Oh.
And she's just like, for all that you do, Uma, this is nothing. This is nothing. And it made me cry. So it was a lesson to learn. And that's why for those of you that work with me in coaching, you got agreements. We on Zoom. I'm recording you saying, yes, I want to do this with you. I'm not taking chances again. Anybody else want to share? Yes, Kessia.
So I have a interesting story. Of course, it's including Uma. So when I first started training under Uma, I didn't know her. I was told that I was a healer, and I didn't understand what that meant. And I went to a music festival for the first time with some friends. And I met a lady named Colleen, who I do doTERRA essential oils with. And she was like, oh, I know a healer. You need to connect with Uma. She does Reiki. And I had no idea what Reiki was. And so I looked it up, and I'm like really excited. And so I start training with Uma. And this is like 2014, 2015, right? And then throughout the years, I'm continuing to train with Uma. I'm learning things that I've never learned before. And then I realized that I'm a hands-on type of healer through taking Uma's mentorship program, beginner intuitive mentorship program. Long story short, Uma and I became closer throughout the years, and I said, you know what? I want to become a massage therapist. I know Reiki. Now I want to do massage therapy. I don't know any schools. Uma, do you know any schools? And she said the one I went to closed, and I was like, she's like, but you're one of the second or third people to mention this school to me. And I said, I think Spirit's talking to you. And then she opened up a massage therapy school at her studio. And I took the course and became a massage therapist. But again, she's a mentor. I'm still getting to know her. She owns this school, and clinic starts. And this is when all of the massage students have to start practicing on clients. Guess who my first client was? Uma, and I was scared. I was so scared.
Her eyes were like saucers. She was like, she couldn't, she was not even breathing. She was like clear. I was like, oh my God, this girl's gonna pass out on me.
And she loved it. She loved it. All my clients gave me good feedback, and it was just one of those things of, hey, you said you wanted to do this, and now you have an opportunity, and look at it. You're great. This is your calling. Congratulations. And I'm like, whoa, I should have expected that, but I was so nervous. Like, oh my gosh, like she said that to me, guys. Did you hear it?
She's actually, I've had massages all around the world, because that, I'm a massage therapist, and it's very hard for me to get a massage because, I'm like, you really shouldn't put your thumb there. Like I'm in my head. Danae is one of the best massage therapists in the world. And for those of you in the DMV, you need to book her because she does energy work with her massage. And your body just melts on the table. So I highly recommend Danae for massage. She's amazing. Fun story about that massage school. This is why we always talk about, like, a lot of us today talked about following your intuition and developing a relationship with your intuition. In 2019, it was very clear to me, my spirit guides were very clear to me, you need to close this school. And I was adamant, I'm not closing this school. Like, we're now getting, when you start a business, the first 3 to 5 years is hard, and I've started several businesses. So, and I know it was hard, but we were making money, which is unheard of in new businesses. Usually you break even or you don't make money. We were making money. We were doing great. I'm like, no, I'm not closing the school. They're like, you need to close the school. And you need to build a deck on the back of your house. I'm like, what is going on? And I'm like, okay. And then they were like, and I had 2 suites. I had the suites upstairs, which was Lotus, and then downstairs was the massage school. And then they were like, and you need to give away the suite upstairs and just stay downstairs. I'm like, I'm convinced I'm dying now at this point. Like, they're trying to warn me, like, we will wrap it up, Uma. You about to pass. Because I don't understand where all these messages are coming from, right? So I do everything. I quit the school after the last class graduated. I built the deck. I gave away the upstairs salon, the suite, to 2 estheticians, and I moved downstairs. And I'm like, now what? Guess what happened? The pandemic hit. Everything shut down. And when I tell you, I signed that lease for those girls to take over my lease, and 2 weeks later, we all went into quarantine where nobody could work. And I felt so bad, right? Because I was out. I was scot-free. Could you imagine having a massage school during that time? We would have gone into debt, on what we owed and stuff. And I ended up paying the girls' rent for two months because I felt bad, But it was just a lesson to me. When you get those messages, you have to listen because you don't know. You don't know what is coming. Yeah, that was a great story, Danae.
Yeah.
Thank you. But it just goes to show, do it anyway. Even scared, even with the fear, you just face it. And sometimes, I believe fear is false evidence appearing real. And our ego wants to protect us from failure, but guess what? you can prevent yourself from failure by getting back up and learning from that experience and saying, okay, well, I know what doesn't work. Now let's try this.
Hmm.
Or, let me connect to other people who have had a similar experience and see what tools and resources that they used to get through these obstacles, because obstacles are there as just course corrections where we can now say, you know what? Wow, this is why this happened, or this blockage, or why would I give up the studio? Things are going great. She listened to spirit and she was able to be redirected in a way that was able to help her and allow her to help others in that difficult time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, our topics today, I want to just refresh everybody's memory about our topics in case you have questions about your topics. We did Shaper, SHAPER, spirituality, healing, abundance, purpose, expressions, and relationships. So, if you guys have questions about any of those topics, how it pertains to your life, if you want some more information, please let us know in the comments. Let's see. I did spirituality, so I talked about merry mornings, about starting your day with spiritual discipline. That way, you can have an awesome day. Danae, do you want to say 2, 3 words, 2, 3 sentences about what your topic was?
Yes, my topic was about self care, self love, and self development, incorporating different practices in your everyday life to help you to remember the personal power you have and also take advantage of feeling the emotions that you're experiencing, but not letting them control you.
All right, and then abundance was Greta. Yeah.
So, yeah, so I discussed self-belief, in particular, the journey from going from self-doubt to self-belief and just honoring the power that's already within you, just remembering it and tapping into it because it's already there.
Perfect. Laurie did purpose.
Yes, I talked about how, your why, your values, and your purpose are really what govern your life. So it's really important to know them. And if you're stuck or you're finding things difficult, it's probably because your goals and your purpose are not aligned. So when you align your goals with your purpose, that's when things just flow and become easy.
Awesome. And then Jenny did expressions.
Yes, so I talked about how easy it is to lose our sense of who we are and ways to reclaim that through self-expression and appreciating you as your strong, unique individual woman.
And Sarah ended us out with relationships.
Yep. So, relationships, the 3 pillars in our lives are family, friends, and work, whether that's peers, acquaintances, or our leadership, bosses, managers. And then building trust. And I'm blanking.
I know it's been a long, I think everybody's just like tapped out. So we're
Trust,
probably,
boundaries, and
They
strengthening connections.
The boundaries piece, I mean, that's my biggest one there. Hey,
boundaries are so hard.
well, you talk about like vulnerability, right? Like we are not perfect. I just spoke about this and it's like my mind went blank, so that's the reality of being real in this business is
Mm-hmm.
it's it can be hard to even remember like I mean it's been what 23 minutes since I stopped talking. So
Well, you had people listening, taking notes because it was relevant and definitely reminded us of some things. So thank you, Sarah.
thank you. I appreciate that. I was going to bring up something on, uh, I don't know who brought it up, unless it was you, Uma, but it was basically like talking about our failures, we're all on here. Yes, we're successful, but like the success isn't the peak. Like we have that iceberg underneath us that we're the Titanic and we're going to hit it at some point if we haven't yet, right? So, but I think one of the things is, with when we start a business or you're starting to build into your new self or however you want to put it, I think it's there's not going to be a lot of support sometimes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you think you have all these friends or you have your family or whoever, and you think, you post on your personal social, not your business social, but your personal, you're like, I'm doing this, and you get like 10 likes, right? And I mean, I have over 1,000 friends on Facebook, and my Facebook is private, but my Instagram is not. And yeah, on Facebook, I get like 10 likes. And I'm like, what? And I had to realize, and this is something that came very, like this year, was who cares? I'm not chasing likes. I'm not chasing comments. I'm not chasing any of that. What I'm chasing is I want to be relevant, and I want the people that it hits with and it resonates with to say, yeah, they don't have to like it, but they'll remember it, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's the biggest thing. And so if anybody on this call is trying to start coaching, start any type of business, start a hard business like Uma and oh my God, I always say your name. I want to say Deanna.
Danae.
I know, I
Danae.
want to say Deanna, but Danae, yes. And with Danae and Uma, like they have a hard business. Like it's a brick and mortar, right?
Yeah.
And it's something that if you want to do that too, you have to remember that your impact is going to be not chasing comments, likes, and anything like that. It's going to be the people that, especially for Danae and especially for Uma, when they're healing people and those people walk out and they're like, I feel renewed. And I am totally hooking myself up with a massage, uh, because I want that feeling, right?
Yeah.
So I think the biggest thing is our friendship circle or our family circle. Like even my in-laws have told me, why would you quit your job and start a business when you have money coming in and you can pay your mortgage? Well, because I'm not happy there. I have
Right.
to find my happiness someplace else. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, I'll pivot, I'll pivot to a way that it will work. And I think that's what we have to remind ourselves is this is not going to be something that is going to be instantaneously 100% successful. You're going to have your peaks and valleys, and it's going to take audiences like this audience. It's going to take the people that spoke today, all six of us that spoke today, that type of encouragement, because this is the like-minded thought process here, and this is the society you want to be in again. So I think that's the hard part is you're pushing yourself out there, being vulnerable to strangers, and even your friends won't like your stuff, but it doesn't matter with your friends. It matters
Yeah.
with who you're really going to impact. So
It really doesn't matter what they think because when I came out, these are people who grew up with me, like I said, the party girl, right? Dancing on bar tops and doing all sorts of crazy stuff. And now here I'm coming out saying I'm the spiritual teacher. Could you imagine? Like, give me a break, like you, okay, And I was like, yeah, this is my thing now. Like, this is what I do because it didn't. I've always been a person that didn't really care what people thought about me because I was always weird anyways. So it's like, so what that you're making fun of me or you think I'm fake or you think that like, whatever. When I say like imposter syndrome, it's not about what other people think about me. It's about what I think about myself. Right. And I know who I am and I know how far I can go and I know what I'm supposed to be. It's just the difficulty of accepting that level of success. Right. And when you do it, I have to tell you in social media world, the macro influencers, the people with like the 1 million followers and stuff like that, they actually aren't as sought out as the micro influencers. So I'm a micro influencer because I have about, what is it, like 27,000 fans now on one platform. What's the other platform? I got 21,000 on another platform. I got like 10,000 on another. So I'm a micro influencer, right? We get deals. Every day I go into my inbox, there's like a ton of companies wanting to work with me. I'm getting a ton of requests to be on podcasts and stuff like that. I don't know how these people are finding me, right? But they understand that the micro influencers can reach the community. I don't get a lot of likes. Actually, I have to shout out Jenny because when we were doing a lot of posting for Summit, Jenny liked like all my posts and was commenting on all my posts. And I have to tell you, I appreciate that because I post like maybe 5 to 10 posts a day, and original content, like a lot of original stuff. And I get views, I get like, the metrics will be like, oh, you had 100 views on this, you had 500 views on this. People look, they're curious, they like it, but they don't take the time to just like hit that like button or drop a comment. So I really appreciate you, Jenny, because you would do that, and I really like that because it's like, thank you, you recognize me and give me my work, but it don't mean nothing, really and truly. I don't get a lot of likes, I don't get a lot of comments, but I get a lot of clients.
Yeah.
I get a lot of clients, and that's what you're aiming for, is the clients.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting, funny story. The first time I ever did like a online workshop, I had advertised it and I had like, 50 people sign up and I thought it'd be great. And then I go to do the workshop and I had 3 AI bots show up. No
Yeah.
people. They just sent their note taker. I'm like, all right, well, at least, and I did my whole workshop. I'm like, well, we're not going to have to break for the exercise and we're not going to have to take any questions. So we're going to get through this in half the time. But I recorded it and did it. But it was like, it's like, okay, so people are going to send, and I'm like, and I could have been really pissed. And I'm like, well, at least somebody wanted to hear it enough to send their AI bot. And actually, one of those people ended up listening to the recording, followed up, and became a client. So you never know when something looks awful, like, the only people showing up at your workshop are AI recorders. It could be
Yeah.
really good. Don't need, you don't need 1,000 people. You need 10 of the right people or 20 of the right people. You don't need, 1,000,000 people doesn't make a difference if they don't do anything. You want, 10 to 100 great people who want to work with you, not like, 1,000,000 people who just hit like.
Yeah. Well, Uma, after we did, okay, so all of you, after we did our summit, our conference in September, Uma, I was on your podcast right after that, like a week or two after.
Right after, yeah.
Yeah, and from that, I tried to do an Eventbrite webinar, and I did it like a Monday through Thursday, and it was just like an hour and a half type of thing. No one signed up.
Yeah.
So it just is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I've put up so many events and had to cancel so many events because nobody comes.
Yeah.
But and you know what I even do too? I cancel events if it's just one person signing up because it's not worth my time now. Now, in the beginning, right? 16 years ago, I'll tell you guys this. I used to go to my studio and teach yoga to no one because I would show up there with my mat, with my music, with my incense, everything. 4 people would RSVP and then no one would show. And you know what I would do? I would go through and do the whole routine. I said, I'm going to practice. I'm going to practice. I'm going to meditate. I'm going to meditate. I'm going to do all this stuff. And then they just started coming in. They started coming in, So it's just the norm. It's just, and then we live in such a fast-paced society where everybody has ADHD.
Yep.
And the things that we're focusing on is trying to get people to slow down and to stay in the moment. And that's going to take time.
Yeah. I think that's a really good idea though. I think the next time I host on Eventbrite, like a webinar conference, like just like this, right?
Yeah.
And no one shows up, I'm going to show up anyways. I'm going to record it, and that's practice. It's just more and more stuff. So that's
Yes, if I do a new topic, because I get like all these inspirations, So if I do a new topic and I put it up and then no one shows up, I actually hit that record button and now I have content.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just did that. I just had my very first workshop last week. Nobody bought it, nobody showed up. And I sat there and went through the entire hour, went through all the exercises,
Yeah.
pretended I was interacting with people in chat just to get the practice. And I was fine with it. I was not super happy at first, but I was fine with it because that was what reality was.
Yeah.
Right. Practice makes perfect. And when you can say, you know what, you show up. So you can't really say no one showed up. You showed
You
up.
showed up.
And then
Right,
you
yeah.
executed it. You learned how to flow with certain things. Oh, there's been plenty of times I'm at the wellness center and I do self-care Sundays, and
Yeah.
that Sunday is maybe a holiday weekend. No one shows up, but my fiance and his sister, we recorded everything.
Everything.
Now I have content. I have Welcome to Self-Care Sunday. I tell you about the sage. I tell you about the singing bowl. I tell you about the crystal of the week. I get to show you some massages and how they help. a really funny story is that we were doing a video and my foot cracked while I was moving his elbow. And in the video, we were laughing for like 3 minutes. I was like, can you edit this out? And she was able to edit it out. But every time I watch the portion of that video, I'm like, oh my gosh, my foot cracked while I'm moving the elbow. And we were laughing so hard. And it was just a good memory. And now, when my self-care Sundays are packed, I'm just, I'm so appreciative because I was able to share those videos on my story and people were like, oh, I want to do that. Oh, wow, this is cool. I didn't know you did that at the wellness center. And now I have footage because, hey, no one showed up that weekend.
Yeah. You get that a lot. The no shows. That's the hard thing about run. Like we had 73 people RSVP'd for this event.
Yeah.
We had, I think at the highest we had was 22 people
What'd you
in
have
here.
on the other platforms, if you don't mind me asking? Like for attendees?
YouTube was between 3 to 5, and then TikTok went up. Like it was throughout the day, it was a lot of people like in the 20s, and then it was 10, then it was 6. Now there's 2 right now. So it was throughout. And then when I was on the other one, the Meet Me one, I had like about 36 people in there. But they weren't talking, so I just X'd out. I'm a very temperamental person. If people don't talk and stuff, oh, I gotta go. And then I get like the back messages, right? Oh, I was watching. Oh, well, you should have said something. That's it. That's a you problem, not me. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop the recording. I'm going to ask the speakers to just stay behind for a quick second. I want to thank everybody who came out here. Those of you that are still hanging out, thank you so much. This really warmed my heart. I know it warmed everybody's heart here on the panel. We really appreciate you guys, and we want to wish you a beautiful, beautiful start to your 2026 and happy holidays. All right, guys. We'll see y'all around. I'm going to go ahead and stop this recording. And TikTok, thank you guys so much for being here, but we're going to exit out and I'll see you guys at 9 for our regular scheduled stuff. All right, let me see. Do we have everyone has left the chat? Just make sure.
Still 10 people.
So yeah, whoever's left in here, if you guys have any questions for us before you leave, let us know, okay? All right, how do we
Everyone's gone pretty much.
well, it says 9, so I don't know. Oh,
I can still
let's see.
see. Yeah, I have 9 too.
Will links from the chat be emailed? Oh, the
Oh,
links from the
we
chat. You know
could.
what? Yeah, you guys could.
We
can
can
save the chat.
email you our links, Uma.
Yeah.
And you can send it out.
That would be a great idea. Thank you, Fancy. That's a great
Fancy,
idea.
if you go to your, if you're not, well, if you're on your phone, you can't do it. If you're on a laptop, if you go up to those 3 dots up at the top, it says more, hit the button and hit save chat. It'll save your whole chat.
Oh.
That's what I think we should do because everybody put their links in the chat, right? Because when I send this recording to them, I can send it with the chat info.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would just be easier.
That'd be good.
Up there.
Yeah.
So, Lori, I saved it, right?
Right.
And then Uma's gonna we'll be on the email when she sends it to anybody that registered for the recording. So then we will be able to open up the chat. Is that right?
You won't be able to open up the chat from recordings.
Okay.
But you can save the chat and send it with the recordings. And if you save the chat, it'll actually put it, you have a Zoom file, a folder that they create on your computer, and any chats you save will be in that file, that folder.
On our own Zoom.
On your own computer, yeah, wherever. I don't know where they put it. Mine just they Zoom created it and they put chats in it, and then you have to look for them by date. So anytime you save the chat.
All right, Jennifer, do you have any questions for us, love, before I remove you from the stream? I think she's the only one left in here.
Jennifer's showing us away.
Yeah, she might have walked away. So
yeah, she's got her coffee up, so she's on a coffee break.
All right, I'll just remove. All right, ladies. Wow, we did that.
Yay!
Oh my God.
That was a day.
Yeah, it was a day, but it kind of flew by though too,
It
right?
did.
Did.
It totally did. I wanted to just check in with you guys before, because we're technically here till 4, so we got like 20 minutes. And just for next year, I actually do plan a summit for every equinox, but I do different things. So like the one that's coming up in the spring is going to be healers, because it's going to be like, moving into the spring and transformation. So I'm going to be doing healers. And then the summer equinox, I don't know what I'm going to do yet for summer. I know fall is going to be detox, so it's probably going to be healers again. But maybe we could do something in the summer if you guys are interested. What I think we should do is like a business one, like, because we're all women CEOs, right? Some of us are more experienced, some of us are starting out, but we're still like in our businesses. So that would be a good summit to do. And maybe
Yeah.
summertime, we could figure that out. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll brainstorm and come up with some ideas for summer. And then, Lori, how do you work with retreat leaders? Because I am a retreat leader.
Right. I have different ways I do it. I could do it where, depending on what they want me to do. Sometimes I will, I have something where they pay me up front, or I have other ways where I get part of the proceeds, where I don't get paid necessarily up front, but I share in the profits of that. It really depends, what you want and how much, because I can do everything from like everything and you just show up to I can book, do a little bit and everywhere in between. So we can schedule a call and figure out what you're looking for.
I could tell you right now, because I've done retreats where I'm like everything, and I hate that because by the time I get to the retreat, I'm like exhausted. So I would come up with the idea, I would set the itinerary, and then I would look at like where we're going to host it and then set the pricing. And then all I would need is help with the marketing of it, help with collecting the payments, the client contact, the scheduling, like all of that stuff. And if you guys are interested in doing a retreat, maybe we can work with Laurie, and we don't do it as payment up front, but like we all collect proceeds from it. Like Laurie could be the organizing person. I could be a speaker. Danae could be the healer, like to give sessions, right? And then the three of you can, if you want to like find a slot of what to do, because we're all here local except for Laurie, we're all here in the DMV area.
Yeah, no,
Lori,
that
where
would
are you?
definitely be.
Could I
I'm
find
in
out where
Texas.
everyone is?
I live in Houston, Texas, but I have
Texas.
in-laws in Maryland. So my in-laws all live in only in that area. So I go back there
Okay.
I'm in
Where's everybody
Alexandria.
else? I didn't get to come to that event, but I was so proud of Uma, and I was so excited, and I saw the pictures, and I was really excited to be able to connect with all of you. And I'm sorry I've kind of been we've all been busy with events and holidays, but it has just been such a pleasure meeting all of you. You all are unique in your own right and beautiful and special, and offered me something that I could learn from. So I appreciate doing this platform with you guys today. I was so emotional earlier because this is just, I'm kind of like not young, but I'm like, I've been doing this business for a while, but I'm new to stepping into my own business. And, with me moving into my new home, I'm in this new area and I'm really trying to come into my own. And this was just really great to see everyone with their own, passions and purpose. And it was very, very inspiring for me. And I appreciate all of the insight you guys provided.
No, you were great. And honestly, like your seminar was from the heart, and that's really, really important. And I'm so glad, like I know I chatted with you earlier, but like I'm so glad like you were part of this, and like because we all know each other, not really, but we do. I feel like we've known each other for years at this point. Like, we're part of this now. Yeah. It's like we met the last Saturday of September as strangers, and